Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans, welcome to the September 25th, 2021 edition of Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review. It is here. It is officially fall. My birthday is past. I thank you all so much for the wonderful gifts and greetings I have received. I warned you all summer long to enjoy those summer weekends, as they are a few and far between. It's almost impossible to believe that right now we are just 7 weeks away from our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s live wrestling, autograph photo, VIP exclusive, Q&A Fan Fest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall, right down the street, Melrose, Massachusetts. As announced this past week, JTG of Crime Time was added to the active roster of those competing that night. JTG has never been in better shape, and it's going to make a big night even better. I look forward to seeing him make his MWF in-ring debut. We have more legends and in-ring stars to announce in the coming days. Keep your eyes peeled on BostonWrestling.com and our social media for what's shaping up to be a weekend you won't soon forget. All-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now again on the BostonWrestling.com super site. We had a hell of a time at the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion in Las Vegas. We're looking forward to officially having Wrestle House 2 in Florida the first week in December as part of our Pallbearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive efforts. My head is throbbing just thinking about tacking this work onto the work already going into our regular studio productions 7 days a week, along with the live events. I will be joined by a plethora of superstars that week in Tampa for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes and cyber autograph signings. Much more information to come on that one. If you're unfamiliar, I should say, with our Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review, it's simple. We bring you one-stop shopping with all 5 of our weeknight episodes, Wrestling Insider shoot interviews for you to enjoy. If you want more great content like this, don't forget that during the premiere, the YouTube Super Chat button is open for business to help us bring you more great superstars in studio. You can also use, whether during the premiere or after the fact, Venmo at Boston Wrestling, or you can use PayPal using the email address bw@bostonwrestling.com. You can also help keep Wrestling Legends working while getting early full-screen access to Wrestling Insiders by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can find the link in the description box below. Also, in the description box, check out the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store. You can find awesome merchandise from superstars of every era. Again, we can't keep producing talk shows like this without more fan support. Also, this Sunday, hopefully every Sunday, we're going to be live for WWE Extreme Rules. We're going to have the watch-along. We're going to have, hopefully, myself, Captain Lou. Who knows who else may show up. We're going to have a big raffle to benefit the kids from Connor's Cure, where you could win anywhere from 6 to 12 autographed NXT WWE posters. Check that out on BostonWrestling.com as well. But right now, let's flash back to another big week here in Boston Wrestling as WWF Tag Team Championship Manager Oscar of Men on a Mission joins us, breaking down his week in Las Vegas, missing the CAC, the aftermath of the Dark Side of the Ring plane ride from hell episode that's Ric Flair and Tommy Dreamer take a beating, our good friend Al Snow saving a child from the sea, and tons more. Check it out. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. We are back in action after a week off. Oscar was a man on a mission around Sin City. We'll get into that. I'm Dan Marty, of course, which means nothing compared to your humble host, the man that nearly blew the roof off of the home of the LA Raiders this past Monday night in one of the classic Monday Night Football games of the era. We're talking about the one, the only former WWF Tag Team Championship manager, the one, the only, OSCAR of Men on a Mission, Oscar. Oscar, thank you for joining us once again this week. I don't think the fans knew what to do last Monday night without us.
Oh, man. First of all, okay, tell me, all about, first of all, I'm sorry, I owe you an apology. You, the CAC, and anybody else that was looking to see me this past weekend in Vegas. It was crazy. I mean, okay, for those that don't know, I just dropped the album. For whatever reason, the record company decided to come to Vegas on the same weekend as CAC. And when I tell you that these people monopolized my time morning, noon, and night, that's not even an exaggeration. I couldn't even get a way to come over to the Gold Coast for a few minutes.
Well, you're going to be heartbroken to know, Oscar, that the buffet is shut down for now.
You know what? I'm not. All the buffets are shut down.
We went to the one at the Wynn that was very pricey, but pretty good.
Oh, the one at the Wynn was open?
Yes.
Oh, see, I wish I would have do that. But yeah, I mean, I could. How much was it? Because I could imagine it'd be about $50 a plate at the Wynn.
You would be very accurate in that statement.
Yeah, I could imagine.
It was not the $9.99 lunch.
Nah, I could imagine it being. But I know that they had some spectacular food, though, didn't they?
Oh, very good, very good. I'll say this. And I'm a very picky eater, as I think you may have picked up on over the years. But for what they did have that I enjoyed, it was of outstanding quality.
Yeah, no, I would imagine it is. I mean, you talking the Wynn.
Yeah.
The Wynn is a top-notch establishment.
Yeah. No, it was very good, very good. So
yeah,
I can't complain about that. I tried, I'll tell you this. The fans may get a little chuckle out of it too, but I was with our associates from here at the studio, and they wanted to try ping pong pong at the Gold Coast, and it was one of the ping pong pong.
Oh yeah.
I would not recommend ping pong pong. It was like dog shit served on a plate, but I guess some people like it, but we had Fridays several times, believe it or not.
Yeah. I was gonna say, wasn't TGI Fridays open?
Fridays was rocking, baby.
And Subway was open too, right?
Yes, because I know when we were doing some of the interviews, some of our helpers enjoyed a Subway sandwich. Lou and Fan.
All right. Did anybody ask about me?
Well, Lou and Fan were very disappointed they didn't get to see
Lou and Fan.
No, it was a different experience. I didn't get to take in as much of the CAC activities where we did so many interviews upstairs. Mm-hmm. I didn't go to either one of the independent wrestling events like I normally do. I really didn't go to the Nostalgia Room. Like I went in, my God, maybe not even 5 minutes the one time I went in there because I like to have the T-shirt once a year for my collection. But other than that, I didn't even wander around there. I had such little time because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we were booked all day doing the different interviews and so on and so forth. Plus the awards, but we went to the awards banquets, obviously, but just didn't have a chance to take in much of anything else. I'll say this, more than anything, I was so happy to see that old rascal from Rolla, Missouri. They wrote him off literally, as if his passing was imminent, Carl Lauer, and now he's back on the executive board of directors for the CAC.
Yeah, Lauer, yeah.
He had a new lady friend with him. He was doing pretty good for himself. I was thrilled, very happy to see him.
You know who I look forward to seeing every year? I was trying to see if he was there, Rock Riddle.
I don't remember seeing him this year. There were a lot of missing
Oh.
faces. There were a lot of missing faces.
I hope he's still with us.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I think they would have announced he's not with us, but there were so many.
Okay.
There were so many people that have passed since the last reunion. They didn't have time to do the video. The video tribute that they usually do of everyone that had left us. So I was.
Now, did B. Brian Blair make it?
He was in rough shape. He was in a wheelchair, but
Oh.
he gutted it out. I give him credit where credit is due.
Okay.
They were very nice and accommodating to us this year. They let us in nice and early to set up all the equipment before the two banquets, so it was nice and relaxed. And I even saved you a chair when I still thought you and Mimi were coming. But we had a great time.
Yeah.
Good, really enjoyed ourselves. We sat with the Ellerings. Paul Ellering, he received the award for himself in the Legion of Doom, which was nice. So it was a good time. It was a good time. I'm glad we went. I don't want to break your heart, Oscar, but there is rumblings that next year the reunion may not be at the Gold Coast.
Oh, where's it going?
It may be at the sister property, the Orleans.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, it's a much more modern facility, even if it is a sister
I
property.
I think it's a step up. It's got to be, right?
Yeah. It's just to get, just like the Gold Coast, you'd have to get on that little shuttle bus to get to the Strip, which is fine. I had no problem with that.
No. But I think the Orleans is better. I think it is.
So I checked it out online, and that's not official, folks. Please don't take that as if I'm saying next year's reunion is going to be at the Orleans. But I was told by someone in the know that the executive board was going to have a meeting with, because they own both properties, with them to see what would be the better fit. The only thing is, I think the Orleans might be a little more pricier, but sometimes you got to pay a little bit more for quality. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's time that the Orleans is a step up. It ain't 10 steps up, but it's a step up, and if it's a little bit more money, I think it'll be worth it.
Well, the thing is, you don't want to price out too many of the old timers. I think that's a big concern.
No, but I don't, but it's a sister property, so it's a little bit more, it's not that much more where people cannot afford it.
If you're talking maybe $10 a night more, okay.
I think it's going to be about that. And then plus, CAC gets a deal anyway. So,
think of the money that the CAC brings into whatever property that it goes
exactly.
to. I mean, I think even though it wasn't set up for full capacity, I believe of the 500 seats they had open, I think it was I don't know if everybody that bought a ticket attended, but I think it was at 86% capacity. So that was pretty
that's good.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Especially during these times.
Yeah.
But
so, I mean,
B. Brian Blair in a wheelchair, I could feel that because I had an electric scooter the whole time I was in Vegas. Because the hotel where I stayed at was huge. If I didn't have an electric scooter, I'd have wound up going home. Because there was no way that I could walk from the front desk to my room even.
What hotel were you at?
The Aria.
Oh, well, we walked by it a few times, yeah. We waved.
We waved. You should have stopped by. But the Aria, beautiful property, but everything was a mile walk. And speaking of a mile walk, that situation at Allegiant Stadium, I mean, it was good and bad. And by bad, okay, this is what they do.
Let's hear it.
All right. You take a taxi, and then they don't bring you in front of the stadium because it's too many people.
Mm-hmm.
They bring you down at the bottom of this bridge. And the bridge was a quarter of a mile walk.
Oh, my God. Were you
there
able
was
to get
no
your scooter?
way, no, I couldn't bring my scooter. They said there's not going to be no place for your scooters. We wound up leaving it at the hotel, which I got pissed off because there were people there with scooters. I'm like, y'all, this is some BS. But I get to the other thing with the scooter in a minute, because that was another ordeal. All right, so we get to the bridge. Now, there was no way I was walking it, but they did have this cart that they was for the handicap that they were running back and forth that brought you to the front of the stadium. So that was cool. So I get to the front of the stadium and I'm waiting for the rest of my party to get there. I sat on this like rock thing that you could sit on.
Yeah.
But I wound up sliding off the rock and falling.
You fell off of a rock onto the ground?
I fell off of a rock on the ground.
Oscar, what the hell are you doing?
And it took like 3 people to lift my big ass up.
Oh my God! You
And
fell off
so
of a rock.
the paramedics came and cleaned up my cuts because I cut up my knee, I cut up my elbow.
You got a little color.
Yeah, I got a little. Yep, exactly. I got some color. And so finally, they got me a wheelchair, and the wheelchair took me in, and I'm glad of that because it was literally a mile walk from the entrance that I went in to the entrance where my seats were.
Jeez.
They were clear on the other side of the stadium, but thank God I had a guy in a wheelchair with a good attitude, so he wheeled me all the way across the stadium. Now, then, okay, he got me to where my seats was, but my seats were all the way at the bottom. I had second row seats.
Wow, second row.
Second row, 40-yard line seats.
Now, how the hell did you get down to the second row if you were in a wheelchair?
Okay, I had to get out the wheelchair and I had to take my time and I had to walk one step at a time and I had to sit in an empty seat to catch my breath as I was going down. So I sat down there and I fit in the seat comfortably, enjoyed the game, but then when it was time to go to the bathroom, I had to make my way up that Mount Olympian Hill. So I did the same thing. Took a few steps at a time. There were some empty seats. Sat down, caught my breath, but I finally got to the top. Now, I knew once I got to the top, I wasn't going back down.
They didn't have any kind of handicap seating at like the entranceway, like they did at Raymond James?
No. What they did have was when you have these kind of seats, you're in a VIP area.
Oh, okay.
And in a VIP area, right around where the food court and stuff is, they have couches and lounge seats and big seats and big screen TVs, and even the curtain comes apart where you can watch the TV and you can watch the game in comfort.
So you lounged after your rescue?
Oh yeah, I lounged. That's where I stayed.
Now, where was Mimi?
She stayed down. She's in a little better condition than I'm in. She stayed down in her second row seat.
So she enjoyed the actual seat, and you stayed in the lounge area.
Yeah, she enjoyed the actual seat, and we both enjoyed the game though, because that was a hell of a game.
Oh, I saw the highlights that night at the Fridays. I said Oscar had a hell of a time for himself.
Oh yeah, that was a game.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. What else were you doing when you were in Sin City with these music producers?
Well, while I was in Sin City, I was actually, I spent 3 days cutting a video for one of the songs from the album. So,
whereabouts?
I cut the parts where I was actually rapping for the video. I cut those on a bridge that was adjacent to my hotel and the Strip.
Okay.
And then the last day, I went to about 5 different locations. I went to the Mirage, Caesar's Palace, and back to Allegiant Stadium to cut something there. So yeah, I cut something in a few places.
Now, were you able to use your scooter?
Nah,
No.
but we had this luxury Mercedes van
Oh, okay.
that took us around, so there was not too much.
See, at least you had a little
walk.
space.
Right.
All right. Well, we'll take that when we can get it. Well, I'm glad you had a good time overall. When did you? And I know when you left Las Vegas, you didn't go back to Indiana. You went to your new abode.
Yeah, I went straight here to Atlanta, and this place is amazing. This place is, I mean, it's an apartment, but it's big as a house. It's got, let's see, two bedrooms, really three bedrooms, because there's a room that has a pool table and a sitting area for when you have people over.
Wow.
A gigantic living room, a nice sized kitchen, 1.5 baths, a nice backyard, a nice front yard, and a landlady who is fabulous.
Now, how many apartments are in this place, Oscar?
There's one, and then there's another one that another girl stay in.
Oh, so just two.
Right, and then the landlady's in the main house.
So no room for me.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it is. There's plenty of room
what am
for
I
you.
going to do? Sleep on the pool table?
No, I told you it's 3 bedrooms.
I thought your mother-in-law was living with you.
No, she's not coming. She's going to my brother-in-law's house.
Where is he?
Down the street.
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute,
all
but
right,
the
that
thing
worked
is,
out all right.
even if she was here, there's still room for you.
Well, all right. I look forward to seeing it next time I'm in Hotlanta.
No, well, yeah, you definitely got to come. You let me know. We're gonna put a big spread on.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a minute since I've been down there in Atlanta, GA. One of my favorite cities, always a nice place to visit. As you know, the climate's pretty good just about year round.
Yeah, it was a rainy day today.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not the weatherman. We lost Willard Scott in between now and our last episode, so rest in peace, Willard, from the Today Show.
Oh, Willard Scott died?
Willard Scott took the 3 count.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow, Willard Scott is a weather institution.
A legend, if you will, when it comes to
Yeah,
the
a
world of
legend.
weather. When you think of
Exactly.
those morning shows, you think of Willard Scott.
You think of Willard Scott, and then you think of Al Roker, the black guy.
Yeah, and both on NBC too. Isn't that
Both on
funny?
NBC.
Well, I just, as far as the CAC itself goes, Oscar, it was, as usual, there cannot be nights without controversy, I guess. Alondra Blaze, Medusa, certainly pissed off a few people with her speech. For whatever reason.
What did she say?
She upset J.J. Dillon's daughter quite a bit. I guess J.J. is, at his age, he's not in 100% capacity, and she took the same shot at him over and over and over, at least 3 or 4 times.
Saying what?
How she was released. Another one of those idiots that thinks, oh, you know what? Vince loves me, but talent relations went to Vince and said, you know what, Vince, they're gone. And Vince just said, okay, let me listen to you. You're the boss. I have never understood that train of philosophy that these talents truly believe.
So
Go ahead.
She got an award? She got an award?
Yes. The main event one. She went on last, believe it or not.
Wait, for being Alondra Blaze?
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Nope.
Okay.
So she took that same shot at JJ over and over again about how she was released. Again, Vince loved me, but, talent relations went to Vince and told Vince to get rid of me. And, do you honestly think that's ever really happened? That Vince said, geez, I love this person and I want to keep them, but talent relations said, no, you get rid of them.
No.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Talk about the lack of common sense or just wanting to kiss his ass, one or the other. And then she took some shots at Kevin Sullivan about her being upset about how she was booked in WCW during the years that Vince Russo was in charge of the booking. So I guess she has a very selective memory or creative memory, or
she does have a CTE issues.
You know that to be fact?
Yes, she told me.
Oh, well, she's writing a book, so let's see how good the memory is.
Yeah, no, she has CTE issues from wrestling, but she also was driving monster trucks.
Yeah, I'm sure that didn't help.
So that didn't help. But yeah, no, she told me, yeah, she got CTE issues.
Yeah, well, everybody in wrestling was against women, and everybody in monster truck driving was against women, and you'll see it when
she said?
Yeah, you'll see it.
Oh,
when
she said that?
Yeah, we're going to have it available over the next week or two on the YouTube channel for you to check out if you're so inclined. And then, Rob.
No, I am inclined because on the show after, I can definitely count on it. You can comment on it because I don't know about everything, but I can pinpoint some things that are true and probably untrue.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys were there at the same time, almost the identical time frame. So it'll be. I think you were there a few more months before her, and I think she was there a couple of months after you. So just about the same time frame, if nothing else.
But no, during that time, Vince made every decision there was to make. So if they came to Vince and said anything about anybody, it was going to go on one ear and out the other.
Well,
he would have to see it for himself.
JJ was just carrying out his marching orders, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean that's basically. Was he there this year?
Yes, he was, and his daughter was not happy at all that she kept saying it. Like I said, 3, if not 4 times, I believe.
What does his daughter have to say?
I only heard it secondhand through Kevin Sullivan, but I guess pretty upset is the way to describe it, to the point she wanted to say something. So,
well, I mean, can you blame her?
And then just some of the things she said about Kevin, I thought were a little uncalled for at a ceremony like that. Whether they be true, untrue, or somewhere in between not only his booking, but a scandalous tour of Singapore, apparently, where instead of 1 ring, they brought 4, so they would have a total of 16 poles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And inside of those poles, they apparently smuggled in a lot of cocaine back into the country. So Kevin wasn't exactly happy about that being shared at the dinner.
In WCW?
I think it was an indie.
So she said, she got up there and said that indie promotion smuggled cocaine in wrestling ring poles.
In 16 wrestling ring poles, yeah.
She said this during her speech.
Yes.
What the hell does that have to do with anything? All right, can we go to commercial now?
All right.
Can we go to commercial?
It's about that time, wrestling fans. Right now, we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission after this brief timeout.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Springfield Civic Center in Springfield, Massachusetts, Saturday, September the 20th, 1980. In the opening contest, Rene Goulet and Rick McGraw drew Johnny Rodz and Jose Estrada. Tony Gurria beat Baron Mikel Cicluna. Pedro Morales with the win over WWF Tag Team Champion Alpha. In the main event, WWF World Champion Bob Backlund retained the title over the Hangman. Hulk Hogan defeated Gorilla Monsoon. Andre the Giant victorious over WWF Intercontinental Champion Ken Patera via countout, and Rick Martel beat WWF Tag Team Champion Sika. If you were in Springfield Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, WWE Monday Night Raw has come to an end, but we're just getting started here on Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. I'm Dan Maradi, along with your host, the one and the only, former WWF Tag Team Championship manager, the one, the only, the guiding light of men on a mission, Oscar. Oscar, a pleasure to have you back as we continue to discuss our great Vegas adventures.
Yeah, I mean, it was an adventure, so I can tell y'all that.
Did you see any of Reese's Pieces?
I didn't have time to see nobody, so if they was around, I missed them all.
You missed the Pieces. Well,
missed them.
I just hope you're going to be able to join us next year at the Cauliflower. It was not the same without you. As I noted, I did enjoy sitting with the Ellerings, Paul and Joan. Paul Ellering, of course, the WWE Hall of Fame manager of Hawk and Animal, the Legion of Doom. Paul and I did a promotional piece for his book about the Iditarod race he's competed in probably 15 years ago. So we had a really nice time catching up. It was the first time I had a chance to meet his lovely wife, very nice. So, you know, that was a nice memory to take home with you. It's not often that a WWE Hall of Famer asks you to have their picture taken with you, which I thought was kind of odd and unique, but, you know, kind of fun at the same time. But nice people. Of course, you know, after the dinner was done, I had to dash. We had, instead, this year, I think you'll be impressed, Oscar, instead of just one camera like we usually had, we had 2 video cameras and 1 still camera. So we brought home a lot of great stuff from the Vegas adventure to share with the fans in the coming weeks once we get caught up on things back here at the studio. We did some great interviews. We had on Monday, Delo Brown was with us. On Tuesday, Greg the Hammer Valentine was going to be slated to be with us as he lives out there now. But guess what happened to Oscar?
What happened?
He found out that his ex-wife, Alondra Blaze, was going to be there, and he decided to just no-show. Not even a text or a phone call. So guess who's on my shit? Guess who's on my shit list?
Okay, all right. Why? I mean, what's the problem?
Well, he no-showed without calling or telling us.
No. I'm saying, Alondra Blaze was coming. He didn't come. Why?
Well, because they were former spouses, I guess.
Okay.
Mike McGurk used to go, and Mike McGurk goes a lot of years, and she was married to Brian Blair at one point in her life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe things didn't end well. I don't know. But I really don't care, other than the fact that he made life difficult for us. But I'll say, you know what? Maybe sometimes a lemon was made out of lemonade. Is Delo Brown, even though he's in his new position as the head of talent relations for Impact Wrestling, he wound up joining us for a second day on the Tuesday. So we had a really good time. Some really great content for the fans as we discuss more of the Attitude Era type time frame in the history of wrestling. So the fans have that to look forward to. Again, not one, but we did 2 days of taping with Delo. On Wednesday, we had my long time friend, going back to 1994, the Taskmaster Kevin Sullivan with us. Those came out really good. And then on Thursday, we had a man that he said learned a little bit about pimping from you, the Godfather, with us. So for a great variety of guests, we had a lot of fun. We were hoping to have more, but there were issues with the Cauliflower Rally Club database where they didn't exactly know who was coming until just a couple of days before the event because they couldn't access the database, as I was hoping to do instead of maybe 3 guests, maybe 7 or 8. But you know what? Such is life.
You know, they had, while I was in Vegas, they had an interesting piece on TV featuring the Godfather, the show Dark Side of the Ring.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where they was actually talking about when the WWE decided to do the Brawl for It All.
Yeah.
And he was slated to take it all, but surprisingly, he got beat by Bart Gunn, which when I saw that, I didn't know about it, and I was just shocked. Bart Gunn, of all people.
Well, you know, I think the Brawl for All competition was tough for everybody, where the rules kept changing on the fly. They had those bizarre gloves they wore that were about the size of, I don't know, 3 or 4 man's hands. It wasn't, I don't know what you'd call it. It wasn't MMA. It wasn't boxing. It was the Brawl for All. I don't know.
It was Vince Russo's wet dream, and it was a disaster.
Yes, that was one wet dream that should have been woken up from.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, what was it that you did to help the Godfather learn about pimping?
I sat him down and I was like, yeah, bro, I mean, you just can't have just one of your bitches just around. You got to have them all. Matter of fact, why don't you open your ass up a club? It's not like you ain't got the damn money. Next thing you know, he got cheaters open, and he got all kind of hoes.
Plenty of them.
But he wound up closing cheaters down. But cheaters was a spot in Vegas for a long time.
You know what? In hindsight, didn't he pick a great time to decide to retire from the business with what happened with Corona?
Yeah, well, I mean, that was gonna wind up getting shut down anyway, so you can't blame him.
He's living the good life. We had a lot of fun. I hope the fans enjoy the interview we have with Godfather. We really, We didn't just barely scratch the surface of his career. We didn't even talk about Godfather. We were talking about his early years as Papa Shango in the WWF. So it was a lot of fun. More great footage for the fans to look forward to as part of our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive efforts this year. More to come on that on BostonWrestling.com. But Oscar, funny enough, almost a great segue. You mentioned that you came across that older episode of Dark Side of the Ring when you were in Las Vegas. What did you think about the controversy from this week's most recent episode that has seen Tommy Dreamer suspended from Impact Wrestling?
Yeah, no, I just read about that, where there was some incident with some girls or stewardesses on a plane with Scott Hall. And, Tommy Dreamer, he's not suspended now. He's talking about this was a long time ago, right?
No, he's suspended right now from Impact.
For what?
Because of the comments that he made about Ric Flair on the documentary, almost defending him.
Okay, yeah, I didn't say that. What did he say?
Just basically, he's never seen anything, Ric Flair do anything illegal or inappropriate in his presence. Life was different back then. If he was to do something like that now, it would be 1,000% wrong. And, my thing is, if I was Impact, I would ask to see the unedited video before I would decide to suspend Tommy Dreamer, because you know what? You can manipulate footage in just about any way you want to in the editing process. You know that. If you want to put enough time in editing, time and effort into anything. Yeah,
a lot of things, especially in the video world, are taken out of context according to whatever they think the impact is going to be on the audience. It ain't right. It ain't fair. It's BS.
Well, so I only hope that, that if whatever Impact decides to do with Tommy Dreamer, that they do at least try and attempt to get their hands on the unedited footage of what the man said, and then make a fair decision based on that. That's just my opinion.
Well, Tommy Dreamer is a talented worker, booker, or whatever, so I doubt he cares too much, because he don't land on his feet anyway.
Well, you know how sensitive the world is nowadays about a lot of things. Hopefully.
It is. No, you're right. No, I can't. I cannot disagree with you there. It is too much.
Do you think now that, Ric Flair's auto car commercial has been suspended, I believe, do you think that it's going to cost Ric Flair a chance to go to a company like AEW?
No.
Really?
I mean, yeah, you got to ask yourself, why would it? One company have an issue with whatever.
Well, he was accused. He was accused of attacking a woman in his robe, naked, on the plane.
Okay, when was this?
It was May of 2002.
Okay, this is 2021. Seriously, I would get in trouble for my comments now. But people just, I don't know. People just don't. I put it like this. One way or another, Ric Flair gonna be all right.
Well, would you like to see a copy of the program? I can try and send you a link to it later on if you like.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Maybe we could talk more about it next week on the show after you had a chance to view it. It certainly was much talked about at the time. There were so many, beyond what happened with Ric Flair, there were incidents with X-Pac and Goldust and Bradshaw and the Brock Lesnar and Kurt Hennig wrestling match that took place up against the emergency exit door. It was quite the flight, so to speak.
Come on. It's a thing to where I can't judge nobody. I
Right.
went to jail 4 months over women.
Oh, really?
So I can't, yeah.
Over women? What do you mean?
allegations that I did this and I did that and I did the other thing, so I wound up getting locked up for 4 months. When they really figured out it was all BS, that was the end of it.
Untrue allegations.
Right.
All right. Well, see, I didn't even know that. I learned something new today. Also breaking in the news today, Oscar, I don't know if you had a chance to read about it, but what I think is a great story, even though maybe with the wrong company, the Owen Hart Foundation has come to terms with AEW to include Owen Hart in, I guess, the AEW family, so to speak, as far as merchandising goes and his involvement in video games and trying to produce Owen Hart merchandise to help the foundation out. I think it's great that Owen Hart is back in the world of professional wrestling in some way, shape, or form. I just think it's disappointing that, in some way, shape, or form, it couldn't have happened with WWE.
Yeah, now, you have never said nothing better. That is really disappointing, and I am saddened, really, that it had to come to that, because Owen Hart gave his heart, blood, and soul, and his life literally, to WWE. So for another company to have to step up and pick up the slack on that ordeal, I think that's really that just ain't cool. But on the flip side, I'm glad that they did it, and it just shows, it shows the character of the people that run that company and who write for that company, who have the ideas and the decision makers. And my hat is off to the Khans, because Owen Hart means a lot to me. Yes. Owen Hart means a lot to me. That was my running buddy. That was my mentor, him and Brett. I mean, so, and it's just, he was a jokester. And by the way, Brett, I know it was Owen that put that shaving cream on me during that European trip when I was asleep. And I know you know what happened, so don't think I just don't know. But anyway.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, I think it's
reach out to your buddy Brett and tell him we need him Saturday night, November the 13th, when we go back to the 90s. He'd be the perfect centerpiece. I know he and Paul Bearer were very friendly. See if he'd like to come in.
I certainly will get on that. I will ask and see. I will ask and see what he say.
Yeah, the worst he can say is no.
Yeah, no, the worst he could say is no. But you know what? If he's not doing nothing, if he's not doing nothing, he'll do it. If he don't have nothing else going on.
Well, you know what? I know it would be an expensive endeavor, and I know he's a busy man with a busy schedule, but you know what? If he'd like to join us, I think he has one of the great wrestling books of all time. I know the fans always love meeting and interacting with him because WWE puts out so much Bret Hart merchandise. I always hate to throw names out there when we don't have deals with them, but I'd say this. I'd put the invite out to Bret if he'd like to join us for such a great cause like the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive.
Well, Bret told us a long time ago, we asked him to come to Tennessee, and he said, all you got to do is give me a plane ticket and a warm bed to sleep in, and I'm there for you guys.
Well,
and that meant a lot to me. So, he might step up and do it.
You have his number?
I can dig it up. I can get it.
Well, let's see if we can make it happen. Let's blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with the Hitman.
Yeah, and Piggott would have nothing to say.
Well, maybe, I'm going to bite my tongue on that one, but,
What were you going to say? Set Piggott up with Bret? I ain't coming. I won't even call him because you too nuts and a half.
I think Bret would want to stay in Calgary than deal with that.
Yeah, he would want to stay in Calgary, and I would want him to stay in Calgary. Hell wrong with you.
Well, you mentioned he wanted a plane ticket and a warm bed. Maybe. Well, I don't know.
Shut up. See, you about to blow the deal just like that. Shut your mouth.
Well, it's amazing how close we're getting, Oscar. We're more than halfway through, we're about 2/3 of the way through September today. Then we have October, and then the big one, Saturday night, November the 13th. It is closing in on us. It's scary how close it's starting to get, but we're lining up a great night of action, great night of superstars. More announcements are coming your way, fans. It's going to be a long, let's see, today's the 20th, so we have 10, 41, and 13, 54 days away, Oscar, from tonight. 54 days away. Shoot me now. Shoot me now, please.
Well, see, that's, it's closing in, but at the same time, you got plenty of time to make things happen, and any deficits that are going on.
In reality, we don't have a lot of time because, think of the time it takes for the advertising to get designed and printed. We literally need to get it done. It should be already done. And we've had so many changes and so many obstacles that we've already discussed, having to change the theme of the November 13th and then the April event around and trying to rebook both events. It's been a calamity, a nightmare, a disaster, so much stress and frustration. And now that we're back home after the CAC, I mean, we got to get. Well, I need you on the horn today, Vice President. I need you on the horn today.
Didn't I just say I'm going to see what I can do?
But we need it today, brother, today. I know.
I said I'll see what I can do.
I know the Monday Night Mission is at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but I think in Calgary it's only about 8.
All right, like I said, I gotta first track down how to contact them, man. It's not like I call them every week, so I gotta do all that.
Well, I have a feeling this is going to be, no pun intended, a crazy damn week. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a crazy week. Point blank, period.
All right. Have we missed anything? One thing I wanted to note before we left, it hit TMZ, I think, just as we were leaving for Las Vegas. But our dear friend, Uncle Al Snow, did you see that he was in the news with TMZ?
Yeah, Uncle Al Snow is a superhero. He rescued a kid from a riptide. And in case you don't know how dangerous a riptide is, our buddy Shad Gaspard was trying to save his son from a riptide in the ocean. And that's how Shad got caught up and drowned. So if Al hadn't been there, God works in mysterious ways. If Al had not have been there, that kid that kid was in a bad situation, but was rescued by our one and only Uncle Al Snow. So I love Al Snow anyway, but hats off to Al Snow for going out there and, risking his life to save the kid, and it all turned out successful. So the superhero award from the Monday Night Mission goes to Al Snow and Head.
You give Al Snow the award of the week.
Yep, Al Snow gets the award of the week, definitely.
All right. Well, I think that's a great way to end the show on a positive note, fans. As always, it has been a pleasure to be joined by Oscar. The countdown is on to the big one, Saturday night, November the 13th, as we celebrate 20 years of Boston wrestling. Some of the great talents competing in the ring are starting to be announced, along with all of the great legends that are going to be on hand for this Q&A, autograph photo fan fest, plus a night of action that's going to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall in Melrose. Oscar, I know it is going to be happening. On top of that, tomorrow night on Wrestling Insiders Extreme, after WWE NXT, New Jack is going to be back shooting on his time in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, another very interesting episode. Plus, on Wednesday night, After AEW Dynamite, Wrestling Insider Special Edition, it is the debut of Kevin Sullivan on the program. Thursday night, as always, after Dark Side of the Ring and Impact on AXS TV. It's going to be Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Marty Jannetty will be back talking about God knows what from God knows when. And then we wrap up the week Friday night with John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Friday. He'll be shooting after SmackDown and AEW Rampage. We are back in business as we get ready to celebrate 20 years, baby.
20 years. I cannot wait. Hey, man, speaking of that, you better put my damn name from there where I'm coming. What the hell wrong with y'all?
What are you talking about?
My name need to go somewhere on the marquee. It ain't nowhere.
Well, you know what? We'll add it this afternoon.
I appreciate that.
By the time it airs, it's already going to be on there. You'll have your own private booth. You are the vice president. What's that?
It's only $79 to come there. So yeah, I'm coming.
What about President Reese?
You know what?
Will he be busy with the pieces?
You better have a long talk with him because there's no excuse that he can give me that I can fly across the country and come, and he can't. Now, he the president of this damn organization. He needs to get the hell up.
All right, well, that's what the pieces said, but that's a different story for a different time. All right, for my partner,
you stop it.
For my partner in crime, Oscar.
Okay,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Before you go somewhere, get off the air because the Bostonian, is that a good hotel?
I'm not 100% familiar with it.
All right. Yeah, I got to figure this because your hotel prices are off the roof, blowing the roof.
Yeah, no kidding. Talk about blowing the roof off of Memorial Hall. All right, well, we'll talk about that, Oscar. We're running out of time here, folks. Thank you for joining us. Join us on social media. We're also going to be planning our Connor's Cure raffle that we have every year. We're going to be having that Sunday night during WWE Extreme Rules when we do our live pay-per-view watch-along. It's going to be a great way for you to help some great kids in need. Again, for my partner in crime, Oscar, I'm Dan Marotti. Along with a big week ahead, we'll see you next Monday night on Monday Night Mission. Until we speak again, you and yours be well. Good night from Boston. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans, if you enjoy great content like this, as always, please like, share, subscribe, and leave a comment either during the live premiere or in the comment section below after the fact. Your engagement with us lets the algorithms on YouTube know that you're enjoying what we do, and we'll provide our videos to more and more great fans to find us for the first time so we can grow and grow the family. Speaking of the family, we certainly hope you're going to be part of La Familia 7 weeks from tonight, Saturday, November the 13th, from the historic Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. We celebrate the 20th anniversary of Boston Wrestling MWF by going back to the 90s with a live wrestling event, Autograph Photo Fan Fest, VIP Q&A, as we kick off the Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive in honor of Paul Bearer. We announced this week that JTG of Crime Time will be competing inside the squared circle during the big event. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Don't forget, if you also want to help the family, the best way to join is the Boston Wrestling Patreon family. You can find the link in the description box below or simply visit patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. When we were in Las Vegas for the Cauliflower Alley Club, we recorded, over 15 brand new episodes with Kevin Sullivan, Delo Brown, The Godfather, We still have great content coming your way on our new Wrestling Insiders Extreme program with New Jack and Just Incredible. Marty Jannetty's party on Thursday night never ends. John Cena Sr. and Oscar. 7 nights a week is the goal to bring you more and more great content. If you help us on the Patreon, we give you early full-screen access along with the plethora of Patreon exclusives, including a fun Kevin Sullivan short where he talks about the night that Haku turned into a very violent, dangerous werewolf, as he put it. Coming up next here on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, it's Wrestling Insiders Extreme, episode number 3 with New Jack, where he shoots on his time in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Jim Cornette, Bullet Bob Armstrong, Tracy Smothers, his tag team partner in the Gangsters, Mustafa, Delo Brown, and more. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders Extreme, where we take a look at New Jack, other great ECW vets that have gone through the hardcore wars. It's a little bit different, a little bit more adult-themed programming, so we kind of warn you ahead of time. The language, the stories may be different than John Cena Sr.'s thoughts on SmackDown and those type programs. Maybe along the lines of what we do with Marty Jannetty sometimes, because Marty is literally all over the place because he's out of his mind, but that's all right. He's a good man. He said to say hello to you.
I love Marty.
Marty's a great human being.
Yeah, I love Marty.
Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. we have a blast with Marty, but you know, it's a shame that Tony appears to be gone now that he's got his $200 pewter, but you know what? We got the hardcore icon himself, New Jack, and I am thrilled about it. There were people that were shocked when I said we were bringing New Jack in, but like I said, the man whose opinion, Marty obviously put you over very strong, but the one that really meant a lot was almost like I told you in the car, the man, he's almost like the father figure to everything we do. John Cena Sr., he popped big time when he found out you were coming in. And the first 2 episodes have just been, I think, gold. I've been having a blast with these.
But just think about it. Don't forget, this is where New Jack stabbed mass transit, and I went to court, and they tried to offer me 5 years for cutting that fat motherfucker, and I got acquitted like OJ, did it and got away with it.
And there you go. He's an honest man. We'll get there once we start talking ECW. Right now, we're talking about your return, I guess, back to Georgia after your stint in USWA.
Yeah.
Is that when you came across Mustafa Saeed for the first time? How did you guys start to interact with each other and then eventually become a tag team?
We worked for this company called North Georgia Wrestling Allowance.
Mm-hmm.
Mustafa was doing his own thing, and I was doing mine.
You almost said he was almost like a Kamala gimmick. He had face paint and was eating raw meat.
Yeah. And Cornette asked me, did I have a partner? And I told him at the time, no. But then Mustafa popped up, and I said, well, maybe I can use him. He said, well, the next time we come to Atlanta, I want you and Mustafa to tag, and I want to take a look at y'all and see what you look like together. So we did. And he liked it.
So that's how it all came to be.
Yep.
Yeah. So how long of a gap did you have between USWA and Smoky Mountain?
A few months.
A few months?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you have a regular 9-to-5 job? Were you trying to live off the indies at that point?
I was a bouncer.
You were, okay. So the best wrestling job of all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of a club? Regular or?
A titty club.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
It was a titty club.
What's wrong
Titties.
with that?
Yeah.
Did you have an easy, you didn't even need the rats at that point for a place to stay. You had your own. No.
I had my own place to stay in.
You were thrilled. You
Yeah.
loved it. You could have the quality ones over if you wanted. So what your initial impression of Jim Cornette? Here you have one of the great managers in the history of professional wrestling literally finding you, scouting you, and wanting you. I mean, that must have made you give your ego a boost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he put us with the Rock and Roll Express off the bat.
Right off the bat.
And that said a lot. That said a lot because we hadn't been nowhere. And we walked in the door and started doing the angle with Ricky and Robert. My head was this big. You can tell me shit. I'm main event with the Rock and Roll Express. That's some serious shit. Yeah.
One of the great tag teams of the 80s and the 90s, the Rock and Roll Express.
Yep.
Your initial thoughts, impressions on Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson?
Ricky and Robert taught me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Ricky would have to remind me sometimes that my job as a heel was to piss people off. But the fans in Smoky Mountain was calling us nigga,
Wow.
coon, go back to Africa. They was on some crazy shit. And I wasn't quite used to that. And I used to tell Ricky, like, Ricky, I can't do this. He said, New Jack, understand something. Your boo is my cheer. He said, when they boo you, that's like them cheering me. He said, you're doing your job. And that took some getting used to. But once I figured out what he was talking about, I took the ball and ran with it.
Your promos came across as very offensive right off the bat with
Yep.
Bob Caudle and Jim Ross. Where did
And
you?
Les Thatcher.
I love Les. How did you develop your promo style?
Cornette would come up to me, okay, the first promo I did, Cornette came up to me, he said, New Jack, say something to piss white people off.
Now, how much thought did you put into it?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
And I said, say what? He said, let me think about it. He came back a few minutes later. He said, say something about OJ. So we walk into the set. Mustafa said, Jack, what you gonna say? I said, I have no idea. I said, I have no fucking idea what I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna say it, whatever the fuck. So I started cutting this promo. And I dug into it to the point where I was like, I wanted to give a special shout out to O.J. Simpson. Keep up the good work. Too less to worry about. Dude, them white people lost their mind. They was out in the back with bricks, sticks.
Really?
The cops was having to hold them back, and they were like, we're gonna kill them goddamn niggers. You know what I mean? Oh, they was hot.
Really? And this was 94, right? He still the trial hadn't even finished.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And Cornette texted me. We had pages then. I called him back. He said that was perfect.
He loved it.
Yeah.
Really? Isn't that great?
He said, Jack, that was perfect. He said, we need more of that. I said, Jim, you trying to get me killed? He was like, no, we need more of that. So every goddamn week, he would come up with something. He would give me the point. All right? And then I would just take the ball and run with it. And it was gold.
Wow. Now, when you were working for Smoky Mountain, did you have your own place to stay, or was it the same thing? You were trying to the pay a little bit better in Smoky Mountain than it was in USWA?
Yeah.
You weren't having to live off of high school kid money?
No.
What did an old school guy like Bob Caudle think when you...
Oh, dude, Bob almost had a heart attack. That motherfucker was like, and we'll be back. Motherfucker. You know,
Oh, he cut you off?
yeah, when I thought come out proper when I was done,
Yeah.
that's how he went, that's how he wrap it up. He'd be like, and we'll be back. The fuck? Yeah.
And what about Les and JR? Did they have any kind of response to those style of
Oh,
promos that you were cutting?
Jim Ross loved it. And Les was like, every week we would start wrestling more. And Les would put it over big time. Like, look, the gangsters in the ring doing wrestling holds. Look at that. They learned something new this week. He put it over big time.
At what point did Delo Brown get added to your entourage?
Cornette came up to me one night. And he said, Jack, next week we're going to need some black people
We're going to need some?
for security.
Oh, okay.
I said, Jim, we're in West Virginia. I said, ain't no niggas in West Virginia. And he was like, we're going to need something. Well, Delo had a tryout that night. And he worked pretty good. Black guy, light skinned. I said, use him. He said, for what? I said, for my security. Use him. He said, you want me to make him part of the gangsters or just one time? I said, no, let him be part of the gangsters. So he hired Delo that night. And that's how he got his job.
Wow.
And he has thanked me for this a million times.
I think he's a great guy. I like Delo.
Yeah, I love Delo.
First class. Easy to work with when
Yeah.
we've had him.
Yeah.
Wow, so it was because of you that door really got wide open for him to join a hot faction.
Yeah.
With, the heat that you guys were getting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that was kind of his job. He was like, because I haven't seen much Smoky Mountain, to be honest. He was just the bodyguard at ringside most of the time, and he'd get in there and wrestle at 6 mans from time to time, or?
He would go in and do the match, do the job, and come back out with us as our security and be over.
Oh, so he'd work twice.
Yeah.
I got you. That must make you feel good that at least he's grateful and he remembers it.
Yeah.
Some people, they tend to forget things and favors like that people do.
He remembered.
I wanted to throw out some names at you at some of the interesting personalities that worked at Smoky Mountain during the time. A guy, a legend in the business, WWE Hall of Famer. I know what you think of the Hall of Fame, but a man that most people speak very highly of, Bullet Bob Armstrong, who I know you worked with a bit.
I loved him. He did some shit one night, bro. I swear to God. Bob backed me up. He said, I'm gonna give you a chop. And I was like, all right, open up. Bob had arms like Popeye. He had his arms this fucking big. He chopped me, and the first thing I did was this. He said, Jack, let me chop you again. I said, no! And I was in the ring running. I was running over him just like this. And he thought that was the funniest shit in the world. I said, you would never do that shit again to me. He knocked the hell off my chest. Bob chopped the shit out you.
Even though he was no spring chicken, he was in great shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was sad that we lost him not too long ago. He was a good man, good family, the whole Armstrong family.
Yeah.
I know some of the sons worked down there in Smoky Mountain too, right? Yeah.
I love Bob.
Yeah. That
Sure
was a
did.
tough loss. All right, wrestling fans, we're getting the cue from the back. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Extreme with the man that is the personification of Extreme, New Jack, after this brief timeout.
Buy the book.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we continue to talk the talk about this man's great career. He mentioned the book before we went to break. You can find it at great bookstores everywhere, Amazon.com, or maybe the best place to find it is theonlynewjack.com.
Yep.
Isn't it good that there's only one?
Yep.
I don't think the world could handle two. We've been having a lot of fun on these shows. We haven't even touched ECW, which I know a lot of you guys are frothing at the lips for, but the man did a lot before ECW, so it's definitely worth trying to break down and chronicle. I hope for these shows, as I've mentioned before, WWE, They've bought every library they want to buy. They present history the way they want to present it. But that doesn't mean there isn't a place for great talk shows like this for guys to document their careers and their experiences and the people that they worked with, both good and on the bad side. We have a lot of fun with the variety of guests we had.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled to have you here with us. As we continue to take a look at Smoky Mountain, we talked about Bullet Bob and the Armstrong brothers. What about another one of the brothers that we lost not too long ago that was at Smoky Mountain right around the time you were there? Tracy Smothers.
Yeah, Tracy taught me a lot.
Yeah, what did you learn from Tracy?
I learned a lot. The psychology I learned from Tracy. I learned that from Ricky and Robert, but Tracy taught me a lot. I remember we did a match one night, and Tracy was like, Jack, it's me and you. He said, I'm gonna call the whole match. Don't worry about it, just show up. So we did a match. Tracy called that whole match. And I went over on Tracy, on TV. We was doing holds, wrestling holds. We was reversals. We was doing all kind of shit. You know what I mean? And people was like, Jack, you learned all that shit? I said, no. I said, Tracy taught me. No, I ain't learned shit. And they was like, what the fuck? Yeah. But Tracy taught me. He taught me a lot.
When you broke into the business, was your anticipation that you wanted to work this brawling, hardcore style?
I was doing wrestling before I was doing hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
The hardcore came at the end of Smoky Mountains. We started doing an angle with the Dirty White Boy and Tracy Smothers, street fights. So when I went to ECW, we fit right in. Because we were doing, but before we did hardcore matches, we was having wrestling matches. And a lot of fans don't know that. A lot of fans hadn't seen that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't, to be honest.
And I tell you one match to look up. Look up New Jack versus Tracy Smothers, Smoky Mountain.
Good stuff?
Yeah.
Fans, you heard it. You know how to Google it, or YouTube it, I should say, in this day and age. I don't know if it's available on the new version of WWE Network on Peacock, as they're still trying to transfer a lot of the footage that they had on the network over, but one worth going out of your way to see. Again, so many interesting folks that you came across during your time in Smoky Mountain. What about another tag team? Dr. Tom Pritchard, Jimmy Del Rey, the Heavenly Bodies.
Taught me a lot. I got color for the first time with Tom Pritchard.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, did he do it or did you do it?
I did it.
You did it?
I cut myself to the bone because I had to make sure I got it right. So I was like, grrr. You can smell wood burning. I was like, what the fuck? He was like, you got it, Jay, that's good. I was like, all right. Woo, I'm getting lightheaded. Yeah. But it was with him.
Good team to work with?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they were very underrated and very smooth, at least from what I saw in WWF.
Yeah. They were good.
What about Jimmy Del Rey? You mentioned Tom.
I didn't like him.
No? Why is that?
I just didn't. He was just one of those people that I just didn't like.
You're not going to like everybody in every locker room, that's for sure. Jim Cornette, feisty personality. But again, you had the honor of who I consider one of the great managers in the history of the sport, basically recruiting you like a college football coach almost to come and work for his company. Any memories of some of his outbursts, so to speak? He was arrested back in September of '94 with going to town, destroying the car of Casey Connor. I don't know if you're familiar with that. They were able to settle it out of court, but
I heard about it.
Could he get spirited?
Jim is business.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Jim is like, if this can make me some money, I'm using it.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? So there were some bad times, but there were more good times than bad. I can't talk bad about him. I won't talk bad about him. I just won't.
I like him an awful lot. When I broke in
the Indies when I was still in high school. The man that I don't know if you're familiar with Boston bad boy Tony Rumble, but he was smart. When Kevin Sullivan was booking WCW, when Nitro was hot, he would bring in Kevin often. And, you know, as a high school kid, I'm trying to listen and learn from these people. You know, these people I knew growing up. I was still growing up at that point. But then as WWF started to get hot in '97, he started to bring in Cornette, who was at one point involved in the booking team and then involved in the office. So, you know, again, my ear is just trying to listen to what these people would have to say about wrestling and learn. You know what I mean? As a high school kid, I mean, that was invaluable to me. So I think for all the people that knock Cornette for his comments on his podcasts and on Twitter and things like that, all I can say is they probably have never met him, and they don't understand the great passion and love he has for our industry.
Right.
So again, I'm like you. I couldn't think of a negative thing to say about the guy.
Can't do it. I won't do it.
Loves the business. Sometimes he's just a little outspoken about it. But, you know, there's a few people in wrestling that are a little outspoken, believe it or not. What about Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert? I know he made at least a brief pit stop through Smoky Mountain.
I met him, but we never had any interactions with each other. I met him in Smoky Mountains, but we didn't talk.
Good talent?
Yeah.
He passed away, Mike. I think he was in his early 30s. He was pretty young when he passed. And that's a shame because, you know, according to those that I know, he was one that had a great mind for the business as far as creativity. 33 to be given spots at times, even in WCW on the booking team. You know, that says something right there. What about a man that went on to greater fame under different names, but in Smoky Mountain he was the Unabomb?
Kane.
Yeah.
He was cool. We never did any angles together, but I mean,
never worked with,
no.
because he was part of a tag team with Al.
With Al Snow, yeah. But we never crossed.
But a good guy overall?
Yeah.
Did you ever think he'd go on to run one of the biggest cities in all of Tennessee? Isn't that something?
I never thought about it.
Isn't that something, though?
Yeah.
I mean, my God, the people, think of the guys that worked with Jesse Ventura back in the 80s. Did they ever think he'd go on to run an entire state?
Right.
The things that happen in this business. Let me ask you this on a little bit of a more personal note. January 21st of 1995, New Jack gets arrested for assaulting a 14-year-old.
14?
14.
Who was that?
I don't know the name, but do you remember being arrested in January of 95?
Was that Mass Transit?
No, this was still Smoky Mountain.
Oh! Yeah.
What happened?
I came out of the ring, and this little guy reached up and grabbed me. Well, I didn't look to see how little he was. I just swung back, and I hit him in the head. And I got arrested. And I didn't go to court.
Did not?
No.
Okay.
So I had left Smoky Mountain. And I was so anti. I was like, I am never going to do another show in Tennessee again, ever.
Really?
But I had a warrant in that little town for failure to appear in court for hitting that guy. So when I was living in Cincinnati, and I had a house in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
When I would go home, I would drive down 75 to 64 and cut across.
You had to cut through.
And then hit 77 down to Charlotte and hit 85 and go home. That was a 12-hour drive. And I still haven't went to court. When TNA signed me, the first thing Jerry asked me, he said, "Do you have any warrants in Tennessee?" He said, "Because we've been told you got warrants everywhere." I said, "Well, I do." He said, "Well, before we put it out there that you're working for us, you got to get it taken care of." So I called. Actually, I had gotten arrested for hitting the little guy, but I pushed the cop. And he fell down and scraped his elbow. So I had charges for fighting the cop.
Yeah.
By the time I went to TNA, that warrant was like 9 years old.
Yeah.
So I called the district attorney's office. They put me through to the warrant division. And they said, the cop that you got into that fight with, that's how they put it, that fight. They said, he's deceased. You didn't kill him, but he's deceased.
Yeah.
They was like, if you pay the court costs and the fine, we'll withdraw the warrant. So I had to pay for that. And I had to bring the papers to
Jerry?
Jeff Jarrett. But the little receipt they gave me was showing that the charge had been dismissed. I kept them in my car for like a year.
Just in case you get pulled
just-
over? Or how
Yeah.
much was the fine?
It was like $300 and something.
Oh, it wasn't that bad.
No.
then. No.
No.
Oh, well, so you got out of it pretty easy then. Yeah, you just you just no-showed the court date, that's all. $300 and you're in with TNA.
Yeah.
20 some odd years later. Again, funny how it works out, wrestling fans. We got the signal from the back. We're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Extreme with New Jack. Check out theonlynewjack.com while you're waiting.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Cheer! Why, hello! I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Inside is having fun reliving the Smoky Mountain days with New Jack. You probably don't get asked about that as often as you do your ECW trials and tribulations when you do interviews like this?
No.
No. Well, it's kind of fun probably then, like a trip down memory lane. April the 7th, 1995, just a couple of days after WrestleMania 11 in Hartford, Connecticut, you wind up in a match with the one, the only, the man that was guided by this guy, The Undertaker. Memories of wrestling The Undertaker in Smoky Mountain.
We had a good time. And he was like, after the match, he came up to me. He said, New Jack, everybody that I talked to, they said you was going to be impossible to work with. He said, most of the guys was like, you can't work with him. He said, but if there's anything I can ever do for you, if you need help, he said, call me. Because we put that motherfucker's ass over. And one of the funny things I did that night, I had a tooth pulled that day. So we show up, and my jaw is swollen. I can't talk. And I was like, Mustafa, let's go to Walmart. He's like, for what? I said, just trust me, let's go to Walmart. He was like, all right. So we go to Walmart. I go in the toy section. And I bought this baby doll. It was about this high. We came to the ring. And I walked in the ring. I had on this long trench Raider jacket. And I had the baby doll stuck down in my jacket with a noose around his neck. And I stood there and held it up and just let it swing back and forth. And they lost their motherfucking mind. Mark was like,
Was he in the ring at this point or no?
yeah.
Oh, he already did his entrance?
Yeah. He was like, oh God, right? And every time he would come near me, I would scream and run. He grabbed me by my shirt. I almost ran out my shirt trying to get away from him. And he was like, Jack, if they put my character over like that in WWF, it would be so much easier to do. He said, but what you did was the way it was supposed to be done.
You ran like it was Michael Myers coming after you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he always told me, he said, if there's anything I can ever do to help you out, let me know.
Was Paul Bearer there too?
Yeah.
Did you interact with him at all?
Yeah.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was cool.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, I thought he was cool.
Oh, we miss him.
Yeah.
Still, we have our tribute to him on the set. The match, though, it was him and Tracy Smothers against you guys in a flag match. What kind of a flag match were you guys having?
I had a flag made. It was a black flag with a white X in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
They had the rebel flag. So the loser got buried under the flag.
Okay.
So we had cheated on Tracy, and we beat Tracy and Bob, I think.
The second night you did a 6-man
Yeah,
with Armstrong.
yeah. But we buried him in that flag. So the Undertaker was brought in to help them get revenge on us. And that's how it happened.
Were you pumped to find out that you were working Undertaker when you found out when you were doing the build to it?
Not really.
Really? Huh? One of the big names in the industry like that? It didn't.
I mean, I was flattered, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I didn't fucking mark the fuck out. I was just like, I'm working Undertaker. I mean, good. You know what I mean? Yeah.
One of the big Smoky Mountain events, Volunteer Slam in May of 1995. You was again worked with Bob Armstrong, and he teamed with probably the first time you worked with the man, Terry Funk, another hardcore legend. Memories of Terry Funk.
I don't remember.
You don't remember the match? Really? Oh.
I don't.
Thoughts on Terry in general?
I like Terry.
You like Terry?
I like him. He ain't too crazy about me
Why is that?
because he did a banquet. And this was the first ECW pay-per-view we were supposed to do. But they said because I stay up cut mass transit, that the show got canceled.
Oh.
I had been snorting coke all night. Which I don't do it anymore. Seriously, I don't. But I had been snorting all night. And Paulie asked me to go up and cut a promo about Terry Funk in the banquet. He said, make it about 3 or 4 minutes long. Well, 30 minutes later, I was still cutting this promo. And when it was Terry Funk's time to come up, he came up after me. He jumped up and ran around the inside of the building, ran out to the bathroom, and came back in and went to the podium and did his promo.
Now, why was that?
He wanted to try to take the heat off of me.
But what would run into the bathroom?
I have no idea. I never asked him. I never asked him. But he did.
Huh. So that's why you don't think he's a big New Jack fan, because of that night in question?
I did it twice.
What do you mean you did it twice? 2 banquets?
He had another banquet, and I want to say it was 2010. And I was there. High again.
Cocaine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every time somebody would go up to the podium and cut a promo about Terry, I would jump up and run up there and say some off-the-wall shit and go back and sit down.
You were doing high run-ins during the banquet.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't think Terry likes me.
Well, that's
Which I don't blame him.
You did high run-ins during a banquet to the man.
Twice.
A tribute to the man.
Twice.
Where else can you get this kind of content, folks? This is a true original.
And
This is a genuine human being. Whether you like what he's saying or hate what he's saying, this is a genuine human being.
Terry, I told you I was sorry.
Are you sorry now?
Yeah.
You are. You know what? If you're genuinely sorry, accept the apology.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Cauliflower Alley Club is going to extend an invitation if they see this interview, but I think it would make for a very memorable banquet out in Las Vegas to have you there.
Yeah.
Dear God. So what was going on? Pretty much right around that time you were wrapping up in Smoky Mountain. Did you have a contract with Smoky Mountain? Did you have a verbal agreement with Smoky Mountain? How did the relationship start to come to an end?
People in Kentucky and West Virginia was complaining a lot. A lot of sponsors
Oh, you guys were too much.
was complaining. They was like, that's a bit much. So Cornette went from it was making money to now it's a problem.
Ah.
So he told me that our run was up in 3 weeks.
Oh, he gave you notice?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know.
Well, I had been talking to Paul E. and Todd Gordon at ECW. And Todd told me, he said, we want to use y'all, but we want y'all to come up next week. I wasn't familiar with this promoter war, you know, the Booker war.
Right.
I wasn't familiar with all that. So I was like, okay, cool. And they paid me. They paid me. They paid me good.
Better than Smoky Mountain?
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
And I told Cornette, I said, well, he was a job down. He said, well, Jack, I need you for 3 more weeks. I said, I can't stay. I said, because what they want to give us is indefinite. I said, what you want to give us is 3 weeks.
Couple weeks.
I said, so it's time for me to go. So we fell out.
You had a bad falling out at the end?
Yeah, me and Cornette fell out. Over the years, we made it better. Because he was doing a shoot DVD for, was it kayfabe commentaries?
I think I've seen that. Yep.
And me and Mustafa was walking up the hall, and the security guy was outside the door. He was like, shh, be quiet.
They had a security guard outside the door?
Yeah.
Really? Huh.
I was like, shh, be quiet, but what? He's a Cornette doing the promo. I said, he's in there? He said, yeah. So I pushed him out the way. Opened the door. Cornette was like, and I started singing, why can't we be friends? Why can't we
So has this been the first time you'd seen him?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
In years.
Wow, okay. So he didn't know what to expect.
He was scared to death. So he started singing the song with me. And we was like, can we be friends again? Yeah. And that buried it.
Looking back at it now, can you understand why he was so pissed, or he invested a lot of time in you guys and you didn't wrap up the way he would have liked to?
Yeah, I understood totally.
Yeah. Did you understand then?
Yeah.
Yeah. You just wanted the money.
I wanted to get, I mean, like I said.
Well, you had a good spot you were walking into. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
in ECW. Yeah.
Yeah, they put us with Public Enemy right off the bat.
Was there a chance where maybe you could have finished up with them on off dates from ECW, or did ECW not want you to do Smoky Mountain?
They wanted, Paul D and Cornette had heat.
Okay.
And I didn't know it.
So you were just kind of stuck in the middle, kind of.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. If you had the opportunity to, would you have finished up on an off ECW night with Smoky Mountain?
No.
You didn't even want to go back. When you were done, you were done.
I was done.
All right. Well, that's perfect, because we got a cue from the back. We're going to take a brief time out. It's finally that time. We're going to talk about how the hardcore icon started to get extreme in ECW. Again, it's only newjack.com. Get this great book. If you missed it during the cyber autograph signing we had, he has plenty available at New Jack Estates.
somewhere down in the beautiful Carolina areas, a gated community, of course. You have to have it mailed to you. You can't go to the front door. We'll be back after this brief time out, folks. Stand by.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary, back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Well, you know what, fans? It is the month of May, but we're going to play a little April Fool's prank on you. We just said we were going to start to examine New Jack's time in Extreme Championship Wrestling with Paul Heyman, Todd Gordon, and all those great, unique, eccentric, wild, brawling superstars. But I didn't realize I got the third cue. My good friend John C. Riley's offspring in the back over there just gave me a fist. It was actually the wrap-up to the show. So as we finish this one, New Jack, any final memories of Smoky Mountain? Anything really good? Anything really bad? Beyond trying to find some lovely ladies to try and zibba-zabba with?
I am fucking married and you are not going to throw me up under the bus. No. I had fun at Smoky Mountain. I learned a lot from the Rocky Road Express, Tracy Smothers, Dirty White Boy. I couldn't have picked a better fucking group of people to help me out. And I will always give them guys credit. They helped me like a motherfucker. Tracy, rest in peace. I love you much, bro. Ricky and Robert, y'all will always be my number one. Dirty White Boy, I don't know where you at these days, but you probably fatting out of shape with a bald head. But if you are listening to this, pay attention. You are still my motherfucker. Please believe it.
A lot of great veterans for you to learn from there in Smoky Mountain.
Yeah.
Simple way to sum it up, kind of?
Yep.
Now, I would be remiss, before we go, as it always comes up, whether it be Marty or the Sheik, what was the medicine situation like down there? Was it kind of tame compared to ECW?
I wasn't fucking with no medicine when I was Smoky Mountain. I wasn't doing
maybe
it.
Maybe a little this. I know Bob Armstrong loved a little of that.
I never smoked weed.
Really?
No.
You were a true medicine man, as the
Yes.
Sheik would say.
When I hit ECW, I tried to start up Columbia, but that was ECW, Smoky Mountain, it never happened.
You were clean.
Yeah.
What about even an adult beverage?
Oh, I drink.
Yeah, but that was it.
Yeah.
Good for you. All right. All right, wrestling fans, you learned a little bit more about Jim Cornette and Smoky Mountain and New Jack's point of view for such a great promotion that unfortunately didn't last much longer after New Jack left and went to ECW. But in our next episode, folks, get ready to get extreme. We got some great content coming your way. Again, I thank New Jack for being here with
Thank
us.
you, man.
Again, folks, if you did miss the cyber autograph signing we had back on May the 8th, check out this book. He was actually nice enough. He gave me a copy off the air. It is pristine. You're going to love some of the stories in it, his trials, his tribulations in life. The best way to get it is to head on over to theonlynewjack.com. As let me tell you, brother, there's only one New Jack. For our friend New Jack, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next time on Wrestling Insiders Extreme. Good night.
Throw it up.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans, it is hard to believe that this year we turned 20 years old. I don't know how we can be 20 years old when I haven't aged today. I don't know. Physically, yeah, but mentally, as Linda Moratti tells me, I'm still the world's oldest 12-year-old. Myself and John Cena Sr. are going to have a very special 20th anniversary video for you on Tuesday on our official anniversary, September the 28th. And again, folks, it is worth noting that 7 weeks tonight, we're going to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. It is going to be unbelievable. Live wrestling, autograph photo, fan fest, VIP exclusive Q&A session. It is going to be one for the books. It's not going to be some wrestling show. It is going to be an event you'll remember for the rest of your time. Tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. And the announcements, they're not done yet, folks. Believe me, the announcements are still coming. We announced this past week that in ring, we're going to see JTG of Crime Time for the very first time. He's at the peak of his career. He's never been in better shape. I'm looking forward to see him in an MWF ring for the very first time. If you also want to help keep the wrestling legends working, click on the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below. We have merchandise from superstars of every era available. And again, we're going to bring you more in-studio shoots. We're going to bring you more live events. The more we unload, the more we can do for you, because without great wrestling fans, we don't have great professional wrestling. Let's face it, that is the truth of the matter, and that's just, again, one of many great ways you can help the cause. If you're having fun tonight again, give us that big hacksaw Jim Duggan-like thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's free. Coming up next, it is the debut of longtime friend Kevin Sullivan here on Wrestling Insiders. A special edition. He was with us on our Wednesday night episode that he has each week with rotating superstars after AEW Dynamite. Our fans on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. They got the early full-screen access to Kevin's episode, but you can enjoy it right now, where he shoots on the late, great Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, Vader, and the brawl that the two of them had in 1995 in WCW. Kevin also discusses the passings of beautiful Bobby Eaton, the assassin Jody Hamilton, Dominic DeNucci, the Patriot Del Wilkes, and more. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders as I try and find my voice. We are here in Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. I was told by Delo Brown the reason early in the day my voice is so raspy, almost like I'm dying of a cold, is because sand gets in your throat out here. Not being a desert guy, I would have never known that.
I would have never known it either, but it makes sense. It makes sense.
I'm very happy to have you here with us on this show finally, after many years of you and I going back and forth, all the way back in some ways to 1994 with Tony Rumble. We're going to save that for the second time you are with us, because one thing we are big on here on this show, if nothing else, is trying to remember the brotherhood, the fallen brothers when we lose them. And it just seems like there's been a bunch of them lately, and a lot of them have had extensive time, whether it be WCW, Georgia, or NWA, Florida, that you may have been around. So we wanted to pick your brain a little bit for some memories, some stories, maybe some good, maybe even a little bad, who knows? But you never know until you ask the questions.
Right.
The big one has to be a man that I have eons and eons and eons of respect for, someone that I would truly consider to be a man's man, that I enjoyed having in studio with us so much. He was going to be part of our Back to the 80s event until he really took ill. Now, I guess we would have to address him as the late, great Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
Paul was a very dear friend of mine. He was a great football player. Probably he was called Brandon Bull.
Mhm.
And he played on the last team that the University of Tampa had, because the Bucks, when they came into town,
Mhm.
they paid the college an enormous amount of money to drop the football program.
Never knew that.
Yeah, and Paul was the premier running back in their history. Went to the Saints and was going to have a great career, but he really ripped up his knee, and then he turned it into wrestling. And back in those days, when you went into Tampa and you wrestled at the Sportatorium, if you wanted to try out, there was, in no particular order, but there was Jerry Briscoe, Jack Briscoe, Mike Graham, Hiro Matsuda, Bob Roop. I saw a lot of guys get hurt real bad. And the first day, after doing 500 push-ups and 500 squats, they couldn't get Paul to break. They did get him in some holes, that were only a few people in the world knew them. Like Hero was trained by Kyle Gotch.
Right, yeah.
So he knew.
Paul wouldn't have been well versed in that.
No, and hooking your mouth and stuff like that. But he was one of those guys, he was a bow hunter and a fisherman, a great diver, free diver in tanks. Well, we went diving a few times together. He was just, like you said, a man's man, and he went way too early.
I don't know if you saw that video of him at the some kind of an assisted facility not too long before he passed, and he was eating the packets. I don't know if it was salt or pepper or
Yeah.
That was just really sad to see. But it seemed like he was almost making a rebound. The Sun had put another video of him online. He was groomed, his hair was cut, that long mustache was gone. I think he was drinking a beer right around July 4th, if I remember right. So it almost seemed like that, geez, maybe things were, even if they weren't on the upswing, it was at least contained, and he was going to have some kind of quality of life.
Well,
and then he passed not too long after that.
It's funny you said that. It seems to be after when Paul got it, I saw the same first one where he was unkept, and then the second one he looked terrific. But I have been talking to someone whose father's going through that now, and some days he's lucid as anything can be, and then she said to me, some days if they're on a plane, he'll ask her 20, 30 times, where are we going and why are we going?
Wow.
So it seems to me that you can get your hopes up on the day they're really lucid, and the day they're not. It's going to be hard to keep that middle ground to understand what's going on.
You're probably just hoping beyond hope that it stays that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's something that I've never really experienced it much in my life, but I would think, I would hope that on a good day it's like, oh, okay, maybe they're turning the corner, and now, almost like they're getting over the flu, they're finally getting better now. But with that type of a disease, unfortunately, where there's still so little known about it, it is what it is. And it was just a shame to see Paul in that shape. I would have preferred not to have seen the video, but you know what? Maybe the Sun put it out as kind of an awakening to people to say, this is the reality of the situation, that not just what my dad is going through, but what people go through in general when they face this.
Yeah, I don't believe that you can know what somebody's thinking and say, well, and I heard a lot of comments, oh, that was a horrible thing to do. But if only one person catches that they go and get checked up and maybe can get on some medicine and different things early, maybe it will extend their quality of life.
So, yeah, like you said, even if it's one person whose quality of life was extended or can be extended in the future, maybe it would, it was not for nothing.
Yeah.
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 And he had a difficult final few years. I know the cauliflower helped him a couple of times as his health began to, deteriorate a little bit. And, even the conversations I had with him and trying to get him back up to Boston again, there were times where it's like you and I are chatting right now, and then there were other times when it was,
Yeah.
you could tell. It almost reminded me of Larry the X Hennig. We did the last appearance with him, and he had started to slip to the point where he needed his wife to come along with him. But, there were times on the phone, we'd do a nice promo interview to hype it up, and it'd be a heck of a lot of fun. And then I'll never forget when they wheeled him off the plane in New Orleans for that WrestleMania week. It was, I don't think he knew where he was. Wife, though, sharp as a whip and one of the nicest ladies I can remember coming across in wrestling. Just, I don't know if you ever met Irene Hennig, but great lady. I always said if they were to cast a Mrs. Claus in a movie, she'd be perfect for it. So I hope they're doing well up there in Minnesota. They've had a lot of loss in that family with Kurt passing so young, too. But did you ever get a chance to work, Paul? I mean, I would imagine you would have had to at some point when you guys were younger rascals.
Yeah, and I got to work with him in when him and Roma were together.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Me and Mick worked with them, and me and Evad worked with them. And
Lord, Evad.
They were, Paul, he was, I'd always say if you're a young man and you're watching videotapes and you want to have a presence of a heel, watch Paul Orndorff, because he had a fifth gear that I've never seen. He would go first gear, second gear, third, fourth, and then he would kick it into a fifth gear. And it was so intense, and everything he did was solid, and he was so intense. And what you saw in the ring was what Paul was. He was an intense individual. And when I was with him one time, and this is in WCW, and we were supposed to go to Long Island, and Paul was driving, and we got caught in New York City during rush hour, and Paul, we were in a rental car, and Paul was so uptight, and you knew Paul when he get uptight. He actually flipped out and was so mad, he pulled the steering wheel off the column. We're sitting there with a rental car, no steering wheel. We just, jammed it in park and then called the rental car. And, when they came down, how did that happen? It's impossible. So, not with this guy, it's not impossible. But,
oh my! Well, he had told me that he suffered from bipolarism. So I remember the first time we had him, it was fantastic. Second time we had him wasn't too much longer after that, and he pulled me aside and he goes, "I need one thing. I need my sleep. Don't fuck with my sleep. For you, I'll do it one time. I don't care if you pay me less. I need to leave later. I need my sleep." So I said, "Paul," I said, "if I knew you needed your sleep that bad, I would have made sure to get you the later flight."
Yeah.
And then we went on to have a great afternoon after that. But, he like you just said, he could have his moments of intensity.
Yeah.
Do you think that made him a better trainer, down there at WCW with the power plant? Do you think nowadays where, not to knock any wrestling schools, but they can be kind of soft where they'll let just about anybody in like it's Little League Baseball?
in today's world, everybody's so sensitive. I don't think that Paul would be able to hold a job because he demanded excellence.
Mhm.
And he wasn't one that's going to do crazy things to the students. But if you didn't go to the gym, if you didn't wrestle hard, there wasn't going to be a place with him. And today's, day and age, they just, one of the companies, and they just hire 38 guys with no wrestling experience whatsoever.
And I mean, can you imagine Paul Lundorf having them cleaning the toilet with toothbrushes?
Yeah. Yeah.
You needed to have a real passion to want to be in this business to go through those types of things. And you get it, I get it, but this whole new crop of independent wrestlers and such, it's different for them, where they don't know the history and what it was like to pay the true dues. Never mind the dues in the industry, just to be able to break into it. Like you were talking about Hiro Matsuda, look at what they did to Hogan. They broke his leg before he, showed them that he really wanted it. He came back after his leg healed and continued to train with them. I mean, could you imagine those independent schools nowadays? Like I said, marshmallow places where, you have $100, okay. It's like Little League Baseball. You can sign up, and whether you're good or bad, you get to play 3 innings a game. And I think that's been the deterioration of it between you and I and everyone else listening.
Yeah, and I saw some old tapes that they had in Tampa, their archives.
Mm-hmm.
And when Mike was 16 years old.
You mean Mike Graham?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was taking on people that wanted to be wrestlers, like 22, 23-year-old men. And they'd say, wrestle him. If you can beat him, you might get a chance. And here's Mike back then. I think Mike wrestled in the 154-pound class. And these guys are 220, 230.
They probably thought slim pickings, easy pickings.
And there was one where he was cross-facing this one guy, and I mean, every time he cross-faced him, blood was squirting out of his nose, his eye, and now it's like you said, some of these schools, they just want to take your money and, if you come, as long as you pay, if you come once a month, that's good for them when you want to pay up your monthly dues. But it's I can't say whether the wrestling is that people say that wrestling is better today or yesterday. It's completely different eras.
Sure, absolutely.
Completely different eras, and you can't put it in, say, well, there are some guys in every sport that could play any era. I think Will Chamberlain could play any era. I think Bill Russell could play basketball in any era. Now, Ted Williams is the last guy to hit 400, right? 1941. But he wasn't and he's my favorite player of all time.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying he was the best, but he was, the art of hitting and all that. But he wasn't facing the setup guy. He wasn't facing the closer that's throwing it 100 miles an hour or better.
He was facing guys that were usually going 9.
Yeah, or the guy that got beat the night before and he came into relief.
Yeah.
So could Ted have played it in today's day? Absolutely. But I don't think he would hit 400s.
No, I don't think we're ever going to see that again this day and age. Not with all the specialists.
We're not going to see 400. We're not going to see a 300 game winner.
No. 300 game winner in baseball?
No.
My gosh, how many more times do you think we'll see a 200 game winner?
Not me.
That's a different story for different time as we talk a little baseball. Kevin and I are both diehard Red Sox fans, as you can probably tell by his shirt from one of the great moments in years in Boston Red Sox baseball. And I have on the most evil-looking Santa Claus shirt I could find for the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive efforts with Kevin, where I know he has been such a devil of a guy over the years. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to talk about a little bit more about Paul Lundorf and some of our great fallen friends. Please, stand by. We'll be right back. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. The World Wrestling Federation was sold out at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden in New York City, Monday, September 21st, 1987. In the opening contest, Scott Casey beat Steve Lombardi. The magnificent Don Morocco victorious over Cowboy Bob Orton. The Islanders defeated Strikeforce. Tiger Chung Lee with the win over Brad Ringens. In the main event, WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan battled one-man gang to a double countout. The Rougeau brothers drew the new Dream Team. George the Animal Steel beat Sika via disqualification. King Harley Race victorious over Hillbilly Jim, and Macho Man Randy Savage, replacing Jake Roberts, defeated WWF Intercontinental Champion the Honky Tonk Man in a non-title match. If you were in New York City live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter. It's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Inside. It's Dan Marty along with Kevin Sullivan. So happy to have Kevin with us for the very first time. Hopefully the first of many, many visits we'll be having as time goes on. Hopefully you're going to be in and out of Boston a lot to see many Red Sox playoff series.
Yeah.
Even though you're kind of on the left coast now, about as far away from Boston as you can get.
Yes, I am. I mean, I'm on the islands. I'm closer to Vancouver than I am Seattle.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. By boat, I'm only not ferry, by fishing boat, I'm only about 20 minutes from Victoria.
Wow.
Yeah.
How often do you get to see the Mariners? I think we spoke about that once. But
I used to go, like, they're playing this weekend, the Red Sox.
Oh, they're at Safeco?
Yeah, and I go usually 2 to 4 games. You know, they usually have a 3-game series, 1 year, a 4-game series the following year. So I usually go, and I go with, you remember this name, Scott Dickerson.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
He lives out in Washington?
Yeah, he lives in Seattle. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Well, for those that may not know, that was not only a famed WCW referee during the Nitro era, but I came into his orbit. I think I met him before Tony, as a matter of fact. I think he came down, maybe scope out what we were doing at the TV studio before Tony came down to promote his first live event in October 1993.
Wow.
So I think I met Scott for the first time, if my memory is correct, in June of 93. And I would have met Tony for the first time in September of 93. So isn't that funny that you guys go together? That's actually kind of cool. But I want to get back, not to for those baseball fans, we could probably go on for quite a bit, but for the wrestling fans that usually tune into this show, Paul Orndorff, what kind of duties did he have after his in-ring time came to an end? I think he was kind of double-dipping for a little while. He was doing a little behind-the-scenes work, and then he was tagging with Romer, and he was working at the training center, and I know he went on to have that hellacious encounter with Leon.
I was there.
Tell us about that one, because I know both of those guys so well.
Let me tell you, anybody that says, I've heard people say I was there. There's only a handful.
Was the Sheik there?
The Iron Sheik?
Yeah.
No.
And Paul never disputed it, but we did a WrestleMania 1 roundtable interview with Sheik, Paul, and Bob Orton, myself, and John Cena Sr. You remember the Jackal who used to throw the 2-liter bottle of Cokes at Tony Rumble's shows?
Yeah.
Well, the 6 of us sat around and talked mid-80s WWF and WrestleMania 1, and for some reason, the Sheik claimed he was there and witnessed this.
Now, he probably was in the dressing room and then came out at the end of the skirmish.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay? But I was there physically from here, this close. Paul he had flip-flops, and I heard Tony Schiavone say he didn't have flip-flops on. He had flip-flops, and then I heard Leon say, how would a guy be an agent wearing flip-flops? This was the 90s, and we were loose, right?
And Paul was still working, though, in August of 95.
Yeah.
So
the television people are union, and they got to have their break. I said, I got to get this interview, and I knew the production people. They said, Kevin, you got to get them out of here. It's a union rule. We'll hang on for as long as we can. So I said, Paul, will you please go get Leon? He comes back and says, Leon says he'll be out here when he's ready, I said, Paul, will you please go get him? I can't wait any longer. The guy looked at me and said, I can't. I said, give me 5. He said, I'll give you 5. So Paul leaves, and we're at center stage. And you know, have you ever been in the hallways where there's stairs? The seating in center stage was stairs.
Right, yeah.
And the hallway was at an angle, you know what I mean? Because there's stairs. And there were these boxes to, like, the cameras, these big black boxes where they put the camera and lighting and that kind of stuff. So I'm walking down there and I hear them screaming. And as I get up to Paul, I said, Paul, tell him, Leon, you need to go. And Paul looked away and he bear pawed him. That big mitt of his. And Paul almost went out. And
So Leon took the first swing?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And he because Paul went like this and turned that way, he smacked him and Paul almost went down, knocked out. He would have took a stand 8 count if it was a fight, right? And as Paul started to drop, Leon front face locked him and shoved him in that box and was crunching him up. And a lot of guys pulled him back, right? And I knew Paul very, very well, and I knew he couldn't take that psychologically. And I sided with the guy that I knew, and Mark Starr was there, God bless him, he was a Florida boy. We kind of, Florida boys stuck together. I said, Paul, go get him. And I sent him, and Leon came at him, and Paul had that fiddler crab arm, you know what fiddler crab is? The one with the blue arm and the big arm. He hit him with a left punch on the jaw. It looked like a work. Leon dropped to his knees. Paul had flip-flops on. Thank God it wasn't cowboy boots. He kicked him square in the jaw. It looked like a kung fu movie. And Leon's head actually touched his back of his boots.
He flew that
far. He was out. And then he stopped him, and everybody's pulling him apart. And I gotta give Leon credit. We get them Paul in the room, and Leon busted in the room, and he sliced underneath the eye. And I mean, his head is swelling up already. And he said, let's go, let's keep going. And then Haku jumped in the middle and said, that's enough. They said, we better not go any further, so they backed down. And but I saw it, and I think David Penza also witnessed it at the vantage point of Paul getting the offense. I don't think he saw the Leon slap him, but
Leon could be awfully moody. I mean, he could be a really nice guy, a sensitive guy that I don't think a lot of people realized at the times he could be. But when he would get in one of those moods, he was a bit much.
I think now that we know a little bit more about mental health, I think he might have been a little bipolar.
Leon?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
And I also think...
Now, Paul Bearer, just to be fair, he thought it was because of his background in the NFL and being pampered over in Japan that he was just high maintenance.
Yeah, that could have been it too. And it was the 90s, and it was, excess. And it might have been that too. A lot of things in it. But one of the things that a lot of people, when I say a lot of people, Yeah, I think a lot of people don't know this. You know, he was world champion at the same time. He was world champion in Mexico.
Yeah.
He was world champion in WCW. He was world champion in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
He was world champion in Mexico.
Wasn't he a champion in Japan?
Japan and South Africa.
Wow.
So I think he had 5 or 6 belts, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, so of course he was pampered. And I personally liked Leon, but you know, I personally think that fight killed his reputation in the business. Just like I think Dynamite Kid, I never met him.
Oh, yeah, I think,
I never met him. I admired his work, but I heard stories about how tough he was, and then the Rougeaus with the rolled up quarters.
Yeah.
He never recovered from that, I don't think, mentally. And I don't think Leon ever recovered from the Paul whipping. And they both seemed to, as they went down, got health problems, and they kind of faded out of the business really quick. Basically, from being on top one night
right.
to, you know.
Dynamite, I don't think ever, I could be wrong, the historians, after they finished him up in Survivor Series that year, I don't think Dynamite ever wrestled in the U.S. again. I think he wrestled in Canada and Japan, and then went back to England, and he lost his legs, and which is kind of a really sad story.
Yeah.
And Leon, his run in WWF certainly wasn't awe-inspiring compared to what he had done in WCW and other parts of the world. So I think that you might be right.
Yeah.
Was that fight, is that what did Leon in WCW? Was that what they got rid of him?
Yeah.
Because he was advertised for Fall Brawl War Games the next month in the main event, and then Luger took his spot.
And here's what happened. I'm surmising this. Paul was an employee, okay? Not a wrestler, he was an employee. And if you put your hands on an employee, now human resources gets involved.
You're not talking two wrestlers, two independent contractors.
No. You're talking about employee
Right.
and independent contractor. And I think that actually that Paul didn't want Leon to go because he knew that he was a draw.
Really?
Yeah,
Good football.
Yeah. And I think Eric also knew that Leon was still a draw. In fact, we did Baywatch after the fight, right?
Oh, that was after the fight?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Right after the fight.
Okay.
And then he came back and his contract was terminated. So I think that was even over Eric's pay grade. That was
Really? That went that high up?
Yeah, human resources. I mean,
that's corporate America for you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't walk into, where I work for the Comcast or the TV studio and just slapping people or,
right.
And what Paul did, it was just retaliation,
Right.
I mean, if someone's going to attack you, I think you have every right to retaliate.
Right.
And maybe not throw the first blow, but that's a different story for a different time. But it's funny, and I'll ask you this, I don't want to get off topic too much, but with Leon, he, as I get my cue from Captain Lou over there, when Delo was here yesterday, it came up once again, and it comes up so much. Leon was just such a dangerous, badass man. And now that he's passed away, unfortunately, we had Leon in studio, and, as much as I liked him, I found him as someone that he would complain about just about anything on God's green earth that he could complain about.
Yeah.
If it was 70 degrees, he'd complain. If it was 60, if it was 50, 80, 90, 40, I don't know, that was just his nature. But he has now gained almost this cult phenomenon online, where instead of being Leon White, he's known as Leon Wright for his gear having a scent in and of itself.
Right.
Would you consider that, when now it's become something that's been discussed on so many of these shows, would you say that maybe Leon's gear needed a little bit more cleaning?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was, hey, there were a few guys, but not many, that didn't take care of their gear. But when Leon opened his bag, it was like, whoa. It was like an elephant came in and fired in the room. It was, whoa. Wallpaper would peel.
Oh, you know what, man? Sometimes you never know what to expect on these shows. As we pay tribute to our friend Paul Lundorf, Leon White's gear peel the wallpaper off of the room. Oh man, I tell you, fans. With that, we're running out of time in this segment. We'll be back after this brief timeout to talk more about our fallen heroes and friends. Stand by.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, so many greats we've lost recently. I don't even think we could fit it into one program, but we already had kind of a WCW theme with our buddy, the late, great Mr. Wonderful Paul Lundorf. And man, I didn't get to know that well, but one you certainly did, where he was around the NWA/WCW scene pretty much his entire career. Beautiful Bobby Eaton.
Oh, Bobby he was the Ray Stevens of his era.
Really? Wow, that's a hell of a compliment.
Yeah, because, it's funny how people forget, especially in our business. In other businesses, they immortalize them, like Will Chamberlain, and even the ball players immortalized them. Like Shaquille said, he could never have stopped them, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And Bobby was working at 15. He was drawing money at 17. And everything he did was fluid. But I heard something on Cornette's podcast that was so true. Back when I first met Bobby, he would come off that top rope and drop that leg.
Yeah, Alabama Jam.
Yeah. The only picture I've ever seen where it was Bobby coming off the top, it was Scott like he's 8 feet in the air from the post, right? Was a very famous picture of Ray Stevens back in the day doing that to Bruno. Bruno went out and defended the belt, WWF belt, because that's how much he thought about Ray Stevens, and lost to Stevens on a count-out.
Wow.
But there was a picture of Ray giving his version of that, the bombs away. And Bobby was the I could sit and watch a Bobby Eaton, Brad Armstrong match. It would be like Picasso or Rembrandt going at it. It was so smooth. It was so good.
And no matter who you paired with,
No.
it didn't make a difference.
No.
And I think says it all right there. And nothing against Dennis Condrey, nothing against Stan Lane, nothing against even Coco Ware back when he teamed with him back early in his career. No matter who you put Bobby Eaton with, it turned into a hell of a tag team. Even later on, they did that in WCW when you were there. What were they called? The Blue Bloods, when he was with Steven Regal.
He did that fabulously too. And
Yeah.
Regal did it fabulously.
Yeah.
They went to Orlando and there was, they had the English scenes and they were great together. The only one it never worked on was the Jet Set. Do you know who that was? George Goulas and
They teamed together at one point?
Yeah, they were called the Jet Set, and George, who couldn't find his ass with two hands, he would come in the ring and say, "Daddy says so, Daddy says so." It was so bad. But Bobby was a tremendous performer. And the nicest guy in the world. And for my amateur psychology and analysis, he was one of the most obsessive compulsive guys you'd ever want to meet.
So why is that?
He would come into the dressing room.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he lived in Charlotte, right? But they would give him a ticket to fly to Atlanta and then fly back, the next day, right? From Atlanta to Charlotte. Well, him and Arn would drive because it's only like, $1.50?
Yeah.
So they would drive. Bobby would come with 3 bags. Everyone had a shaving kit in it. There was a towel in it. Everyone had a pair of boots, socks, candy, gum, tape. You could ask Bobby for a hubcap, he would have found you one. And when he stayed over on the road, he would do that, and he would go take all the clothes out. He put them in I don't think I've ever done this in my life at a hotel. Use the bureau drawers.
Never.
He would stack his stuff in the bureau drawers, and the 3 shaving kits were laid out in the bathroom with the different shaving lotions and colognes, the razor blades, right? Not razor blades, but the razors themselves laid out. And I mean, Bobby, he was the nicest guy in the world. I've never, ever heard anybody not Bobby Eaton, not one person. And he was really, really funny. And, Bobby didn't work out much. He trained in the ring, and he'd do a little push-ups and go to the gym a little something. But if he was sort of claustrophobic, which is strange for a wrestler,
Oh,
right?
really?
If you get near him in the dressing room, he's, "No, okay, let me go. And if you cut him off, he would grab you, and it was like a bear had grabbed you. He had this natural tendon and muscle strength. It was unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think, obviously personality wasn't part of his game in the professional wrestling ranks, do you think maybe in a way he was overshadowed a little bit where Cornette was one of the premier?
Yeah, first of all, Bobby had a very, very unique Southern accent. Because he kind of mumbled like this, you know, and he wasn't on interviews excitable. Then you have Jimmy Cornette, who's going to have a coronary, you know, in 2 seconds. It was the perfect match, and I don't think neither of them would have gone as far as they did without each other.
Really?
It was I mean, Jimmy could have maybe in the office end could have done it, but having Bobby as the anchor to the Midnight Express was what made that team. You know what I mean? Like you said, no disrespect to Stan Lane. He was in the Fabs and drew a lot of money with Steve Kerr. But Bobby, as a worker, was the Ray Stevens of his era.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a compliment.
Yeah.
I've never heard that comparison before. What a compliment.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, as someone that was around both, do you think he was better in either team, the Condrey or the Lane version?
A lot of people like the Condrey version. I'd like the Stan Lane version. Because Condrey and Lane were 2 different characters. Stan Lane was the pretty boy and kind of elevated Bobby, where Dennis was like the tough guy, you know, version. And it was good, but I thought that Stan being the pretty boy and working the knew how to do the videos. They were, you know, Fabs were one of the first few to do those shop dress band video. Remember that?
Yeah.
I think that gave Bobby something. And you mentioned another one, Regal and Bobby. That was some really great vignettes, you know what I mean? And they could wrestle. Not just work, they could wrestle and have great matches. And different matches. And Bobby, you know, he was that high flyer when he was younger and still could fly. As he got older, you know, he was a hell of a guy.
Yeah, I think he was one of those casualties of the Monday Night Wars where when everything was personality, he had great work rate, you know. And you were an executive with WCW. Maybe it was on Cornette's show that I came across it, but at one point, did Goldberg say he thought maybe it would be interesting to end his streak to Bobby Eaton? I couldn't imagine that being a realistic train of thought to anyone other than Goldberg, but
I think that...
Was he that well respected by someone like Goldberg?
You know, I beat Bill the first night I ever had one Nitro. And so it was a huge mistake I made. And I kept him off for 2 months and then I started the run. Now, like I said, Bobby didn't have an enemy. And I thought Goldberg saw that all this shit and the politics in the back going on, and there's Bobby Eaton sitting in the corner saying, "Hey, you want a gumdrop?" I mean, and then him going out and watching Bobby do what he did, and the guy saying, "Oh, wow, this guy deserves something." And I could see him, Bill, blurting that out, but realistically, it couldn't have happened, you know. Right?
No.
But that, even if it's not true, it had to have a start somewhere, and I could see Bill saying, if anybody should beat my streak, you know, Bobby Eaton should. That's what I think. But Bobby, you know, you said about Cornette, and the other one was about Cornette was a great mouthpiece for Bobby's weakness, the only weakness he had.
Right, the only weakness.
Brad Armstrong was the funniest guy ever in the history of the wrestling.
I've heard that, yeah.
But he couldn't get it over on the TV.
platform.
If he could have shown one half of his stuff, he would have been over like he would have made millions. The only thing, and I've always thought, what held Brad back besides not being a good promo guy, he wrestled so damn smooth, it looked like he was work. You know what I mean? He almost looked like he was working. He never made a mistake. And him and Bobby Eaton had some incredible matches and incredible tag teams. Brad made everything look effortlessly. And the bad thing about that, and I saw a book, somebody had it out and it was quoted it by me, and it was right, and I was definitely wrong. When someone came in the territory, we had to get them over. We thought we were going to get them over. We had told them we were going to bring them in and give them a push. The first thing we'd say was, put him with Brad, he'll get over that way. Well, I look back at it, maybe if we had Dusty was there, Rick was there, maybe we should have stuck Brad with one of them and had them teach Brad to talk, you know what I mean? Maybe we just were so under the gun to produce 2 to 3 hours of TV every week. We didn't have time to say, okay, we got a diamond in the rough here. All we need to do is send it to a jeweler 6 months and get it done. And that's unfortunately what happens to some guys that could work.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you're so good.
Yeah.
People that you get pigeonholed in, they can make everybody else look good at the expense of that person. Yeah. Well, you know, Kevin, I hate to say it, we're running out of time on this episode. I had some other great folks I wanted to mention. Maybe if you could throw out a thought, maybe 30 seconds to a minute of a couple of them, because I'm big on the remembrances. A guy you probably worked with very, very early on in your career when you were a much different looking Kevin Sullivan than most diehard fans would remember you as, back in the WWF days. A man that was supposed to be honored at the Cauliflower Alley Club this year, Dominic DeNucci.
What a wonderful human being. You'll appreciate this, man. The first time I saw Dominic DeNucci, I was probably 12 years old. That's when, before Vince had Boston. That's when Bowser had died.
Paul Bowser, okay.
Paul Bowser had died.
Okay.
And Tony Santos stepped in.
That's right.
And Tony didn't have live TV. And Frank Scarpa was the U.S. champion. And Dominic came down for a couple of weeks as Dominic Bravo.
Really?
Well,
with Dino? Okay.
Yeah, but he wasn't with Dino.
Oh, he wasn't with Dino.
He was Dominic Bravo. And he came down and got over, and he wrestled Scarpa in a babyface match. And they sold the building out and actually turned people away.
Wow.
And the reason why I know they turned people away, my dad would get free tickets because he was a Boston cop.
Oh, okay.
And he went to the windowsill. The guy said, "There's no more tickets, Charlie, but come on in. I'll find you a seat somewhere." And the place was sold out.
Really?
That's the first time. Dominic was a huge star in Australia.
Yes. What a run he had there.
Huge star in San Francisco. And then, you know, when Bruno owned the Pittsburgh territory, he was a big star there, big star in New York, big star in Toronto with that huge
Italian population in Toronto, yeah.
Yeah, Montreal, the same thing, huge Italian population in Montreal. He was a big star everywhere he went, and he was one of the nicest human beings I ever met. And he looked like a wrestler. He had that height and the wide shoulders, and he wasn't jacked up, sturdy body, but he was a raw bone big guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a great guy.
Same thing, 30 seconds to a minute, a guy you had a chance to work a little bit with in ring, I think, in the mid-90s, Patriot Del Wilkes.
Boy, that I couldn't believe it when I heard he died. He died way too young.
Yeah, just under 60.
I wrestled him a few times when he was working for the Crockett's.
Mhm.
And then the next thing is he's up in New York, maybe the third babyface, right after he got there before the Warrior. There was Hogan, and then I'm going to say there was Duggan.
I know, he came in 97.
Oh, he came in 97?
Yeah. And they gave him a pretty big push right off the bat.
Right.
But I just think that gimmick wasn't meant for 1997 when they were trying to push edge and attitude.
Yeah.
And you have a guy that maybe would have been on fire in 1982 in that company, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So you're absolutely right. I didn't realize it was that late.
Yeah.
Because he must have went someplace from the Crockett's. Did he go to Japan?
He was big, huge in all Japan.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's what he did. He
Yeah.
left them and went to Japan. And you're right. Timing is everything. And that time was when they really had a little bit more adult show,
Yes.
to say the least.
To
right?
say the very least. To say the very least.
You know, so it almost like a Saturday Night Live skit inside the wrestling show.
At the right time. Think of the money they could have made off of those masks.
Yeah.
Like Rey Mysterio,
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
Just wrong place, maybe right place, wrong time is the
Wrong
best way
time.
to put it.
Yeah.
And you know, sad, you know, he talked about his life problems where he was arrested for forging prescription pain pill prescriptions at the pharmacy and whatnot. And very forthcoming, trying to get people to learn from his mistakes. He was saying he was taking 40 to 50 a day, which, my God, that explains the tragedy in and of itself. But, you know, I think that says a lot about him as a person for him to come out and admit it to people, you know what I mean? This was my problem. Let me talk to you about it. You can learn from it, and hopefully you don't wind up in my position.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize, I guess I was out of the loop then. I didn't realize he went away for the length of time he did.
Yeah. He did some time.
Yeah, I mean, he did. I thought it was like, you know, drop in, get your hand slapped, and you're getting bailed out. You know, I was thinking it was 6 months, but it was a couple of 3 years, I think. And if you lined him up when I first met him, that would be the furthest thing you'd think was going to happen.
I didn't know him well, but in my interaction with him, I thought he was a very nice man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And last but not least, before we go, folks, again, this one might be tough for 30 seconds to a minute. The assassin Jody Hamilton we just lost.
Jody Hamilton was...
Maybe he should have got his own episode, but...
Jody Hamilton was, excluding Dick Byers as the Destroyer and probably Mil Mascaras, Jody was at the top of the heap of big men, masked men, and especially big masked men, right? Jody could work as well as Dick Byers.
Wow.
Jody, I saw one of the greatest matches of all times. I was at Columbus, Georgia TV. They had TV back then. They had their own territory within a territory Fred Ward owned.
Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
and Fred had Columbus TV, and he had Macon TV. And the crazy thing was, he didn't use the guys that were on top in Atlanta. He used the guys that were middle of the card on his, like Bob Armstrong was his top guy, and Bill Drummer was his top guy. But Jody was the top guy on both ends of the territory. But he had a match with Dickie Steinborn. That was an incredible match. They did spots I had never seen before. And they were wrestling spots, and Jody could taunt for a masked man because, you know, not seeing the face. And that's what made Dick Byers so well too. Jody and him were the only two masked men that you could maybe not see it, but they gave you that intensity that actually bypassed the mask, where usually a mask on a guy when he talks, you don't even listen to it, you know.
And interesting enough, funny, look at who in his last big run who he wound up managing, who he started the show off with. He managed Paul Romer and Paul Orndorff for a period of time.
Right.
So again, the circle, how it all comes back
Yeah.
at the end of the day. But fans, we are running out of time now, and we don't want to be confused with our friend Din Fan in the back of the room who just showed up. But we had a heck of a time here on the premiere episode of Wrestling Insider Special Edition with Kevin Sullivan. If you are watching live on Wednesday night after AEW Dynamite, share some thoughts with us in the premiere chat. The Super Chat button is always open to help us keep the lights on and bring you more great superstars. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. It lets the millions of fans that may have vanished after the 80s know we exist. It may let the millions of fans that vanished after the Attitude Era know we exist. They may not love sports entertainment in 2021, but they may very well love talk shows like this. For my friend Kevin Sullivan, who is going to be one of the great ambassadors of our annual pallbearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive this year, I am still Dan Marati, unfortunately. We will see you soon. You and yours be well, be healthy. Good night from Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Week in Review. As always, we ask you to help the cause. There are millions of fans that tuned out after the 80s boom, millions of fans that left us after the Monday Night Wars and Attitude Era came to an end. But if you help YouTube's algorithms, and I know I sound like a big shot using the A word, but if we can get YouTube's algorithms to share our videos with more and more new fans that don't know we exist, and there are millions of them, believe it or not, I know we can continue to grow the Boston wrestling family. How can you do that? It's simple. Like, share, subscribe, leave a comment during the live premiere. If you're not watching during the premiere, leave a thought on the episode and what we talk about in the comment section below. Your thoughts matter to us. That's why we've been around 20 years, folks, because we realize the fans come first. Again, this week we're going to be having a special 20th anniversary video where myself and John Cena Sr. discuss some highlights, some lowlights. It's been a very interesting two-decade odyssey as we begin our third decade. Oh, my dear Lord. Like I said earlier, I don't know how Boston wrestling can be 20 years old, as I know I'm not getting any older. And again, something that'll never get old are your memories from what you'll experience 7 weeks from tonight as Boston wrestling goes back to the 90s for our 20th anniversary birthday bash at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Live wrestling autograph photo fan fest, VIP Q&A, VIP packages and tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. You're going to have the time of your life. More superstar announcements are to come. Along with all the great legends we have on hand, we announced this week, we featured the contract signing of JTG of Crime Time. Will be making his MWF in-ring debut on November the 13th. It's going to be one hot night. Again, there's many ways you can help, folks. We mentioned the Patreon, we mentioned the eBay, but you know what? If you're watching during the premiere of Wrestling Insiders tonight, that Super Chat button is open for business, baby. It helps the cause an awful lot. It helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great superstars. In addition to that, thanks to Captain Lou Data, we got the Venmo rocking and rolling. You can Venmo us at Boston Wrestling. And, of course, you can even use PayPal using the email address, bw@bostonwrestling.com. It should be scrolling throughout the program. Coming up next on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, it's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty every Thursday night. After Impact Wrestling on AXS TV, Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. This week, he continues to look back at the year that was WWF 1990, Sergeant Slaughter returning as a heel, a very frustrated Dusty Rhodes, Shawn Michaels' injury, SummerSlam 90, and more. Installment of Wrestling Insiders, Dan Marati along with Marty Jannetty as we continue to plow through the summer of 1990, heading into SummerSlam. You got a new hat on, Marty?
Oh, I do.
Well,
You always bring a lot of hats.
Yeah, because
Like a man of mystery over there.
You had that on last week.
Well, you know what? I don't have enough money to change clothes. That's why we encourage fans, if you're watching during the premiere, to use that super chat button so I can wear something different. Unlike the debonair Mr. Jannetty over there. August 7th, 1990, it was the return of Sergeant Slaughter, even though you have the fly Swatter, to the World Wrestling Federation, but it was a different Sergeant Slaughter. He was very anti-American.
He was for the people in the Gulf.
He was brutal. Soon he would be joined by the former Indian Tag Team Champion in the 70s, Billy White Wolf, who went on to become Sheik Adnan Al-KC in the AWA, and then General Adnan. I was in someone's.
Was he good worker?
No. Billy White Wolf was around in the 70s.
What was Sheik Adnan?
He was 80s. And General Adnan would probably be best remembered for the 90s.
Well,
I was still waiting
AWA days, if we talk about the same one. In fact,
General Adnan, Sheik Adnan Al-KC. Yeah, Billy White Wolf.
Yeah.
Him and Chief Jay Strongbow were
White
Indians.
Wolf. I mean, I heard that name a lot. White Wolf.
Yeah.
That was him.
An Indian tag team, one of which was Italian and the other one was from Iraq.
And one was from Germany.
Who?
Boris Zukov.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, he was born in Germany?
Not born there, no.
Oh, he was just a German man. All right. Well, your thoughts on Sarge coming back to WWF, a guy that, he had some issues with Vince, like Jesse, over merchandising and licensing because he wanted to control the Sergeant Slaughter likeness and be involved in G.I. Joe. Your thought on the return of Sarge, only not as a babyface, but as an Iraqi-loving heel?
Was he always heel before that? Like
when he left, he was a major babyface, but he did have a heel run too before that.
Like he was, because he was on Georgia's Championship Wrestling.
Yeah.
But was he heel? Sorry, when he was Sergeant Slaughter at the beginning.
He did both in his first run.
Oh, real back and forth.
But most fans of that quote-unquote era would have known him best from his end of his WWF run as a babyface, his AWA work as a babyface, and his work as a cartoon character on G.I. Joe, where he could command megabucks, and he still tries to get megabucks.
And he can't get it?
When he goes out and does an appearance, he is.
I like him.
Nice guy, yeah.
I never knew that he got paid for his jaw.
What do you mean he got paid for his jaw? How do you get paid for your jaw? He had a jaw implant? Oh, I don't know what you mean.
You're either a pitcher or a catcher. Brother got you. And if you got a big jaw, like you might be catching. The only thing I mean by that, you don't.
Well, I still don't understand what you mean.
You know baseball, right?
Yeah.
You're throwing it.
Yeah.
Or you're getting it.
So you're saying Sarge was like that?
Oh man, you get me in all kinds of
trouble.
Well,
I honestly have no idea what you're talking about, other than that it's some kind of an insinuation that Sarge was either a pitcher or a catcher. Is that the case?
I don't know. I was never there.
Well, what do you mean? You brought it up.
Yeah. Yeah, DH. He was a DH man. But so what had happened was, since you brought it, I got to go to the forefront. I guess the Gulf War was it?
Yeah.
What was that thing called? The
Gulf War.
But when it they gave it a name. How they name it? Like, shoot, whatever it was when after 9/11.
No. This was 1990 we're talking about. 9/11 was in 2001.
What happened that they had a Gulf something?
They had the Gulf War in I think it officially kicked off in January of 91, but.
Do what? Yeah, they did a Scud. Whatever happened was like over one day. Remember we talked about it?
Well, yeah, Shawn Michaels getting angry with Hogan. But I still don't understand the Sergeant Slaughter.
Because when he started doing...
Right, yeah, he became an Iraqi sympathizer when he came back instead of the American hero.
Yeah.
But what do you mean he got paid for his jaw?
Remember how it stuck out a little bit?
Yeah.
Evidently, he stuck it out further sometimes.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
Little fellatio.
I didn't say that. Why do you always take it that extra step?
Well, just in case the fans at home are trying to put it together like I was.
At home, did y'all notice? And you all love him.
It almost would be like a resting place, I would think of it, where the jaw was so big, you just kind of, almost like having a little table or something.
Yeah, lay it down.
Just rest it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about Sarge.
Oh, if you're going that far, I didn't say that.
Oh, well.
Damn, no.
You said he...
No, man, he was, I love Sarge. You know, I'm sure he's a good brother.
It must have been hard for him to do the Pledge of Allegiance, though, when he was in that position.
No, not from his knees.
Well, but if he was, you know, being paid for his jaw, it would be kind of hard to do both at the same time.
Let me ask you a silly question. Yeah, right.
Would we ever ask a serious one on this show?
Yeah, right. Between these three.
All right.
Oh no, I got to ask it right. No, that's just one perverted. But I was going to say Shawn Michaels. You know, I love Shawn. I love my boy.
Sarge Service, Shawn?
That's something you have to ask both of them.
Okay. You don't know that to be true?
I don't think that to be true.
Oh, all right. Well, what about Shawn?
Or, him, Sarge, and Barry Horowitz. Of the three, ABC at home, if you could do that.
Shawn Michaels, Sergeant Slaughter, and Barry Horowitz.
Which one might have gone south? And A, B, or C? Y'all make your own game up. Don't leave it alone. But what would you, A, B, or C?
Who were the letters again?
A was with Sarge, B, Shawn, C.
I'd go with B. I don't. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Are you asking like a trivia question, or are you asking?
No, don't they win money if they get stuff right all show long? Because you know, Super 6 on, is it Fox? Fox, you like, there's a game you can play.
Yeah.
And you got to get 6 questions right.
Oh, okay.
Super 6.
Well, do you know the answer?
No.
All right. Well, we're going to move on then, folks. Your thoughts on Sergeant Slaughter as this Iraqi sympathizer? Do you think it crossed the line? Do you think it was a good way to play into reality of the world at the time?
Let me ask you this.
What?
He almost got stabbed several times. And, you know, as wrestlers, that's what you want. But that means you pissed him off. As a heel, right? You don't want to get stabbed as a good guy. But, you know, they were stabbing at him. They had to do metal detectors. So he got a lot of heat.
Well, I know Vince McMahon had to provide around-the-clock security for his family.
Oh, right. I think I heard that.
Yeah.
That was true?
Yeah.
Wow.
And promised him if he wanted it, a job for life. And you know what, in 2021, I think he's still getting that payday every week as a legend.
Then.
Yeah.
And
that's serious.
Our paycheck didn't change. I mean, you're doing that to, you know.
I don't, well, I told, as we've discussed, 1990 was a dead year for the WWF.
That when it was?
Yeah, and when and you look back at it, who was his first feud with? Volkov. So I mean, now is that a match that's really going to light the house shows on fire? Volkov is a baby face against Slaughter is the.
I'll tell you, it could, but you're going to have a lot of gasoline.
Yeah, exactly. They did that in one of the worst house shows I ever remember attending was September of '90 here in Boston, and you were on it. It was the Warrior and the Legion of Doom against Demolition as a trio. They advertised Jim Duggan against Rick Rude, and it was Rick Rude against the Conquistador. They advertised Rockers against Power and Glory. It was you against Paul Roma.
Oh, so that had been 90.
Slaughter and Volkov. It was horrible. And that was it. That was it.
Did you ask for a refund?
No, I was happy to be there. I was in the 5th grade. But it's just, even as a kid, I said this wasn't one of the better shows I ever attended. What's that?
It must have been bad then. Because a 5th grader, you know, at that age, you're just going to love it.
And I tell you this, the next month, I think, was one of the worst crowds they ever had for WWF. It was a matinee on a Saturday afternoon. It was DiBiase against Dusty, who, as we mentioned, didn't mean much in WWF. Right. Rhythm and Blues against the Hart Foundation for the tag titles, and Tugboat against Earthquake.
Tag title.
I apologize. And Tugboat and Earthquake. So it was kind of a shitty couple of months in the fall of '90, and we're going to get there as some interesting things went on. But I don't want to go too far away from where we were in August. But you really didn't give us an actual answer, though. Do you think that the Slaughter thing? Do you think it was too much, or do you think it was just the right amount of heat? Is an Iraqi sympathizer heel?
Honestly, like Sean got upset about the whole. Yes, we're trying to make money and piss the people off. Is the goal of a heel?
Right.
You know, I mean, you want to get thrown through a barbershop window to get that guy so much heat. But that, you know, we're at a real war. It wasn't a war.
Right. It wasn't a war at that point when he came in and started to do it, to be fair, to WWF.
But that was, I don't know. What do you think? I think it was a bit much.
I didn't think much. I didn't think he had much left in the gas tank, so to speak. And just the promos were really good, but the work was lousy.
The storyline, did it have any gas?
It really made you hate him. So I guess, like you said, that it was effective. But was it distasteful? Was it enough? Was it the type of heat that made you say, "I don't want to watch anymore"?
And a lot of people didn't until Roddy Piper came back.
No, Piper was there doing commentary. Yeah, business did rebound in 1991, but we'll get there as time goes on. Also,
we're not there yet.
What's that now?
We're not at 91.
No, we're not 91 yet. What happened? Maybe you know, maybe you don't know around that time, but. Major fallout between a guy that WWF was really pushing strong and was pushed to be the second of Hulk Hogan at SummerSlam 90. No, a Tugboat. It was supposed to be Hogan against Tugboat with Dino Bravo and Earthquake in the corners. Last minute, right before the last TV taping before SummerSlam, they decided to take Big Boss Man, who was already the guest referee for, I think it was Jake and Bad News Brown, and they had him go out twice and be in Hogan's corner that night. What went on between Tugboat and Vince? Any idea why there was a big to-do with the two of them?
No, because they love each other. Not like that, you know, but they love each other. All right, you know, they did. Tuggy, can I say Tuggy?
Yeah.
Tuggy was business, and of course Vince is going to be business. I forgot about that till you just now said it.
Oh, so you do remember the issue?
Oh, now, yeah.
Yeah.
But I forgot.
What was the problem?
I don't know.
Oh, but you remember that there was a problem.
Actually, I didn't even know that.
Oh, well.
We just all thought it was because it was bad, bad. Wasn't drawing. Right?
Well, but again, this is what they advertised as the co-main event for SummerSlam. Why would you take the guy out of the corner and replace him with someone that was already on the show?
Was this still? I know why. No, I don't. But I will say.
All right.
Pat Patterson was gone.
No, he was still there.
He was still doing it? I don't know, because he was pretty good with his bookings. And you have to be in his mind to know why. Because like right now, it's like, what the hell? But he would be 3, 4, 5 steps
Well,
up
there was
the road.
some kind of I don't know if I'd call it an altercation, but a loud argument with Tugboat and Vince, from what we've been told over the years, at that TV taping, and they decided to show, I guess maybe adjust Tugboat's attitude a little bit by replacing him from the main spot at SummerSlam with Boss Man?
I can't see Tugboat being the bad one.
You think Vince was the heel in this instance? Yeah.
Because Tuggy's fucking, excuse my language, he's great as a person.
Nice guy.
Yeah. And business. I mean, he's going to stand firm on what's right.
Right.
I'm talking about business. So I can't see him being wrong.
He did. Yeah, a lot of people married into that family. They were almost like the Bellas of the 80s and 90s. You might know better than I, Marty. Dusty Rhodes' wife is also, one of her sisters married Jerry Saggs.
Dusty
one of her sisters married Tugboat. Dusty, the Dream.
Oh. Did he have just one wife, or he had several?
He had at least two.
I met a girl, a lady.
Well, the one that he was with when he passed away. One of her sisters married Saggs, and one of them married Tugboat.
Shit.
That's kind of an interesting dynamic right there. Imagine those Christmas parties. Dear Lord. You imagine that grouping getting together? A lot of turkey. A lot of turkey. Were you familiar with any of the girls?
No.
The women? No, you didn't know any of them?
Well, I met one. That's it. I don't know if they were forever or did
Which one did you meet?
He told me one time.
A Dusty wife, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He told me one time. He was driving, or he was driving. We were flying up in Nova Scotia, which Halifax, I think, or wherever the hell it was. Is that the time zone's a half hour. You know time zone's an hour.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Yeah, it's the only place that I know of in the world, half-hour time difference. So we were all scared, like, oh, you better get the extra 30 minutes. I'm sitting up first class up there right next to Dusty, and nobody liked him at the time. Well, I did. I mean, I liked him. Well, he's sitting there and goes, pissed it away, Daddy. Do you remember?
Yep.
Yeah. Pissed it away. I'm like, what do you mean, Dream? What's up? Marty, I made 1,000 a night for so many nights, and I had so many double shots. I have made so much money. But I pissed it away, Daddy. I pissed it away. I mean, what do you mean? He goes, I drank a little bit. I partied a little bit. I pissed it away, Daddy. I pissed it away. And I didn't know what to say. I mean, because he looked down. So he was serious. I mean, I'm laughing about it. We're not laughing, but when it was happening, his expression, he was upset. And to go to Nova Scotia from wherever we flew out of, I think, Florida, it's like going to transcontinental. You're going all the way, So a 5-hour flight. Pissed it away, Daddy, for 4 or 5 hours. He was upset.
You think he would have liked to have relieved himself like Kerry Von Erich did in Japan?
You don't know if that's true, though.
Well, you said it. I don't know.
Oh, you mean to squirt up?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. The thing, and I don't want none of my girlfriends to hear this because I don't want them to want to get, Carrie's not here. And I love the Von Erich family. Kevin, we saw in Israel last year. Was it last year or the year before?
It had to have been 2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, because I
virus,
yeah. Since us. Pissed it away, Daddy. I'm like, and I knew, I knew him. We used to play paper football all the time. Remember that? You spin the little thing. Nobody else would have nothing to do with him. I'd sit there and play football. Well, what's up?
So he was an unhappy camper in WWF too.
Well, Road Warrior Hawk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kick his ass because me and him were good friends. He told me because I'm sitting there playing paper football. When I come by and go, now get up and walk away. Because he was gonna beat the shit out of him. Yeah, a lot of guys did.
He really didn't like his booking, I guess.
Yeah, he was. I'm gonna beat the shit out of that dungeon door ass bastard. He thought his ass looked like a dungeon doors that came together and flattered it. Whatever the hell. That was just what Hawk said. But it was like, well, man, I like him. Just stay there if you might catch a downswing.
And did anything ever happen between the two?
Nothing ever happened. But I moved. That's what happened. But old Dusty, I liked him a lot. I found out why people didn't like him.
Why is that?
Because when he left, he went back to WCW.
Right.
And for whatever reasons, might have been that time, Sean bullshitted, and I had to, I called Vince, we quitting. And Sean calls it, that was Marty's idea, that kind of thing. I had a meeting, talked to Dusty, a meeting with him to talk to Ric Flair. And so passed around once it clicks. And Dusty wasn't there. It was 10 o'clock. I remember this like yesterday. 10 o'clock in the morning. I called at 10:01. Oh, just because, when I'm sitting there, 10 o'clock,
Yeah.
10:01. I mean, it snapped while it went to 10:01 while I was waiting. You don't want to be, And Dusty. Now remember I'm sitting there playing paper footballs with his ass. I just beat the football field. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to, how, you remember?
Yeah, I know what it is, yeah.
Football boom, you just need the edge and that's
We understand, Marty, we understand the game.
They don't.
They understand too.
You remember too? So, nobody, me and Dusty all the time, nobody liked him. Like I said, I understood why. Because he had me for that 10 o'clock, 10:01, it might have been 10:00 half, as I called. And he got word to his secretary, he didn't call in time, Daddy. You were going to do that to me? I'm the only one that liked you down there. I sat there and got heat for liking you, you know. So as much as I liked him, I thought, you know, a lot of times y'all ask me, like, you know, but people ask me, is there anybody you don't like? I still love him. And certainly, you know, God rest his soul. I thought that was the shittiest fucking thing ever. 10, I mean, I'm nervous. I'm looking at my phone.
So wait, you had a meeting planned with
him? No phone.
But I mean, how did he know you were going to call?
He told me what time to call.
Oh, so you spoke with him previously?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
I missed that part.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I made that confusing. And I was so nervous because we're leaving, you know, we're leaving there, the WWE, or F at the time. But, man. And that was just an excuse. Basically, he was looking for a reason to say no.
Well,
right?
Makes sense, I guess, yeah.
When you take
Either that or you give a low ball offer, yeah. We'll give you 75 grand a year.
We didn't even get into that.
No, but I mean, that would be another way to try and blow you off if they really did want to bring you in.
Yeah.
All right, folks, I'm getting the cue from the back. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back to talk more WWF Summer of 1990. Get ready to feel the heat at SummerSlam.
That was what it was called, too.
It was. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider. It's Dan Marty Jannetty. SummerSlam 1990, big event, Philadelphia Spectrum, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You were getting ready to open up the show itself. It was a big Monday night pay-per-view tradition back then. Leading into the house shows. I mean, leading into SummerSlam, I should say, on the house shows. It was not the Rockers against the Orient Express. It was Marty Jannetty and Shane Douglas against the Orient Express. What happened to Shawn Michaels at that point?
That's not the one where they...
Well, that's what happened at the event, right. But that summer, what happened to Shawn that led to Shane Douglas replacing him on the house shows?
the boys are always getting habits with each other, be it cocaine or whatever.
Yeah.
But bikes, I was going to say bicycles, but bikes, motorcycles. The boys got in a little phase, everybody's getting motorcycles. And I told Sean, Lex Luger bought one there in Atlanta and drove it off the lot. I mean, the car lot's right here. And he drove it to the red light right in front of it and slipped and tore his knee out. But, well, he didn't tear his knee out, but he hurt his knee. And it went from about 20,000, this is way back in what year would that have been? 90,
Which one now?
When Lex was there.
93 is when he debuted.
93.
In WWF?
Yeah.
Yeah, 93.
93-ish. And the motorcycle cost 20 grand when he bought it. As soon as he drove it off the lot, it went down to 15. That's true, you know that?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
A curb, 1 foot. Oh, now it's only worth 15. But I had told Sean, I said, brother, I don't know why you like this fad of motorcycles. You ever drove one or rode one? Nah, but I'll learn. What if you tear your ankle or knee, or what if you wreck? And sure enough, he had got to the way he told me on railroad tracks, and just slip when it first starts. What you got going on?
No, nothing. Keep going. Keep going.
Let me have that.
No, just keep going.
And so he stopped yelling at me. All right, he scared me. Oh, anyway, he skidded. He went to the railroad. I guess motorcycles you're supposed to go not straight across, like zig it. And he went to zig it and slid, put his leg down, and he tore his cartilage in his knee. And that was Power and Glory time, right?
Well, on the house show loop, you were still working with the Orient Express.
Oh, real? When he messed his knee up that bad, we had to do a pay-per-view with a Power and Glory, and that's why if you remember, Hercules beat him. Both of them actually, but hit him with a chain before the match.
Yeah, but that was the way to get him out of doing the match without exposing that he was injured and so on and so forth. Yeah, so they did. It was almost like how when the British Bulldogs had to drop the tag team titles. They did. That was before you were there, but because Dynamite couldn't work, they attacked him in the aisle, and then it was just the Hart Foundation with Davey Boy. Yeah.
And I actually, I don't know if you saw that match, but
of course I did.
I actually enjoyed working with Herc and Paul. I thought it was, for a 2-on-1, we had a good match. But anyway, and I'm sorry.
It really did. It turned into a handicap match.
But, and Hercules, I love him, God rest his soul. And he had psychology. You wouldn't think he did because he was just kind of all the time, or something to drink. You would think, okay, this guy don't know what's going on. He had good psychology. And if he didn't, he could hurt you real easy. He gave me a clothesline. I didn't mean to. Gave me a clothesline. You know the roll-up where you run in with a guy and to the ropes and hold them, and they hold the ropes, right? And he rolls up waiting for you. I held the ropes. Here comes Hurt down the thing. Wham! He knocked the shit out. Everybody said, you sold that good. I wasn't selling, I was out. I mean, I fell, you could see it. The whole, like a limp body, boom. And the next thing I see Paul Roma over me. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm thinking, why shouldn't I be? What's going on? But that was, because Sean with the motorcycle.
Yeah.
What brought that up?
Well, Shane Douglas had replaced him on the house show.
Oh, that's right, yeah. That's what brought up the other thing that I've told y'all on here. Well, we did a commercial, the cereal.
No, that was over a year later.
Later?
Yeah.
Where Shane was on the road.
He might have been on the road,
Sean was there, if you remember. Sean was actually there for the
for the SummerSlam. Yeah, he was.
SummerSlam,
yeah. They attacked him like you said before the match, right?
But that injury lasted or something because.
Because like I mentioned that September of '90 house show, and it was still you doing singles matches. So Sean was out for quite a while because of that motorcycle injury. Was it aggravating to you that you were kind of put? No? Was it more money for you? No.
Not that either. But and I love Shane, Shane Douglas. I mean, I love him to death. And we got along so good. I had so much fun, because he was a prankster. He liked doing things, and he was a good worker. Hell, he was a champ at where
ECW.
But no, I loved him to death. But so it was after that, because Shane was the one that was with me doing all the towns.
Yeah.
When we had to do the commercial.
Well, maybe something popped up again in 1991, but we'll get to 1991 when we get to 1991, I guess.
The only thing I was going to say out of that was Shane was the one on the road with me. Sean was hurt. And he flew into Atlanta to do a commercial with me, or, for the Rockers, some cereal, Superstar cereal.
No, we'll get to that interesting point in time.
Yeah.
Hercules is kind of a forgotten soul in WWF history, and he was someone that was there from, I believe, late 1985 through 1992. Never got his nod in the Hall of Fame because he passed away at kind of a young age. Any memories of Hercules where he was there for so long? Any fun stories? Any not so memorable stories?
Well, there's a couple.
Okay.
Should I tell it?
Yes. That's why we do the show.
Yeah, but families,
Well, he's been passed for quite a while. They know who he was.
I loved Herc today.
Warlord shared a story about Hercules here on a plane flight. When I guess he had a bad reaction to a little medicine, and
he went crazy.
And he started working with an elderly woman that was sitting next to him on an overseas flight. And then the pilot eventually had to come out, and he started working with the pilot. And then when they got to whatever country they were going to, the Warrior was up in first class. I guess the police saw the size of him and wanted nothing to do with the situation. So instead of arresting him, they just basically escorted him out of the airport as fast as humanly possible. But I would have loved to have seen Hercules at his size trying to work with this old woman who probably had no idea who he was or what he was trying to do to her.
That's what I was thinking.
But your Hercules memories now.
Well, I loved him, I loved him to death.
Yeah.
We were in San Francisco, of all places. The only reason I say that, because it's known for things. When you say San Francisco, people think right away, oh. But you know why, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The San Francisco treat.
Yeah. And it wasn't the case. It was just, even if it was, nothing against that, just that it wasn't the case. What it was, we went to a club. You asked about Hercules stories.
Yeah.
Went to a club. There's two of them. Paul Roma, you had him here, or have you?
No.
Okay. Why not? He's right down the
You'd think, yeah.
Can we hook it?
Potentially, why not?
Would you?
He was around in that era.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was there.
Those are the guys that, to me, are far more interesting than the more current people, yeah. Well, anyway, with Hercules, San Francisco.
Yeah, okay. And so we went to a club, and we just got back from France. We did an international. Can I tell? Can I just open it up?
Tell it.
So what had happened was, this pretty young black lady, I say lady because she was 30-ish, and we were young, man. We were 29.
Big age difference, yeah.
But we looked at it like that. And, man, she looked good, and, man, I tried, but somehow Herc left. Herc. Oh, I shouldn't say this. He's got family.
Well, again, we've already talked about him working with the old woman on the plane and attacking the pilot.
It was way back, and I love y'all, all y'all, Herc family. I love y'all. But his daddy did this. Messed it up. All right, here's the story, though, anyway. This lady, pretty, I wanted to. It was like where I looked like a little totem poles, head over there looking, it was that nice looking. At the end of the night, this is in Paris, we're in Paris, France, which is a sexual city. If y'all know, y'all that haven't been there, yeah, it's a sexual city. But Paul Roma and I were good friends. We partied a lot. That was his power and glory.
How did we go from San Francisco to Paris, France?
Well, because they were tagging together.
Okay.
And they were rooming together.
Yeah.
And I went over to their room because
Yeah.
they had nothing to do because I had brought nothing back. Rarity. Knock on the door. Paul Roma, he cracks it. This much I see that. And which was weird, other than he might, have a gun. And I'm like, hey, brother, what's going on? He goes, and let's be coming in the room. He kept doing this shit. I'm like, all right. This is going to be tricky to do this right. The girl that we were all trying to get with was there. In between beds, the double thing?
Yeah.
You had bed, double. She was in the aisle, in between the two. In between, on the knees, short skirt. She hadn't closed short skirt, had scooted up a little bit. And she's, what do you call it?
Fellatio on Hercules, yeah.
And there was a sack of nuts hanging out the backside.
Oh, yeah, God.
And like Herc, he goes, if you tell anybody, I'll beat your ass. And let her.
Hercules knew?
Well, he found out. I don't think he knew at first.
In mid-filleting.
Paul told me later, he goes, at first, I'm the one that told him, Herc has got nuts.
Yes. Oh, God.
Okay, but that was Paris.
So what happened in San Francisco?
Yeah, because like 2 weeks later, back in America, and went to his club that it was pretty popular in San Fran. It was me. I'm in the back with her. Sean's in the front. I forgot who was driving. Wasn't Barry Horace, but somebody looked like him. But anyway, Herc grabbed a girl, a lady. He got a girl. He got a girl. Herc wasn't the smoothest talker. so if the three of us are going back with nothing and Herc got somebody, we're checking our game. Like, where did we go wrong? What did we do wrong? And Herc, I'm in the back with him, right? He's over there, and I see the hand. I'm scooting over. I don't want to be in the way because the hand's going to play pocket pool thing. And I hear Herc, stop this car. I think it was Jeff Jarrett. Slammed on brakes because Herc, boy, when he screamed, what? And open the fucking door, Jannetty. He called me Jannetty. Open the fucking door. I'm like, nuts again. That was nuts. And he shoved it out on the, So it was like within a month of each other, he got, and that time, because he told, I didn't say nothing. I'll say Paul must have said something. I did, in Paris, I did not tell any of the boys, Herc will whip your ass. It's going to hurt. He don't just whip your ass where you're, no, okay, no more. No, no. You don't want that ass whipping. But he, all the boys must have told, there'll be Paul Roma. Paul, I love Paul. Hey, Paul, you got to get him on the show one time. But I guess he told, I didn't. He must have told everybody. And Herc had to hear it, like, oh, so you had that girl had nuts on that girl. So the second it happened, like 2 or 3 weeks later, and he shoved, get out of the way, he called me Jannetty. Get out of the way, Jannetty. What did I do wrong? But, get the hell out of the way.
You must have had a different kind of PTSD, post-transgender.
Yeah.
Oh, and other than those misadventures, any memories of Hercules outside of that? He was around a long time with you. Anything fun, funny?
Well, that was fun, but it wasn't.
Well, maybe for you, but.
Not that person got pushed out. Because they flopped too. When he shoved, he was on this side.
It was a big shove.
I was right by the door, but by the sidewalk. He was over by the, cars going by. That's why he yelled at me, oh, no. And I was like, okay. And I did not know he was going to do this.
He pushed the transgender
Yes.
into oncoming traffic?
No.
Oh, I was,
Sidewalk. But
I was going to say he was really angry.
What you heard. It plugged right there. And I thought, well, let me check, make sure. Get your ass in the car, okay? And nobody got anything that night.
You know what? With the luck that you guys had over the course of that couple of weeks, that might have been for the best.
I think it was.
That might have been for the best.
I think so.
Any memories of that SummerSlam match? Was it kind of unique having to put it together in almost like a handicap match type fashion? With Power and Glory at SummerSlam, yeah.
No, I was worried about it. I thought, how am I going to make this look good? You know, they were going, well, if y'all saw it, they jumped Sean at the beginning with a chain, I think. Wore out the knee. Got messed up from the motorcycle wreck, and that left him. I'm to go on with the match. I thought we did good.
Yeah, it was the opener too.
But nervous as hell about it. Like, how you gonna make a 2-on-1 with them two guys and me looking like this? How you gonna make this look good? But we kind of did good. I know what I forgot to say, or did I say it? The roll up though. My biggest memory is when I got knocked out and didn't have a memory. We rolled up, when you pick up for a slam, you fall behind, go to the ropes to roll them up. And they hold the ropes. That's what I did, it hurt. Actually, it was Paul. So you could Google it, you'll see. So he swoops me up, fall behind him to the ropes. He rolls me, I hold the ropes. He rolls back like, you don't get yet. Here comes Hurt, go bam, off the apron. When you see it, you'll realize, when I watch it, I'm like, I don't think there was any thought. Like, when you see the lights, until you go to the ground, there was no thought process. He didn't do it to be ugly. He just laid that one, and I appreciate it because it looked good.
Didn't feel so good.
I was out. I didn't even feel it. When I hit my head, you see it bounce off the floor. I didn't feel that.
Well, all right, wrestling fans, right now we take a brief timeout. We come back, we're going to talk more SummerSlam 90. Stand by.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back. We've talked a little bit about Shawn Michaels' injury and maybe an injury to Hercules' pride, but that's a different story for a different time. Also on the SummerSlam 90 show, we saw Sapphire. She forfeited her match against Sherry Martel, who was painted like a cat. And it was later revealed that later revealed that the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase bought Sapphire. As Dusty Rhodes pleaded with Sapphire to come to the ring with them, as Randy Savage made quick work of the American Dream. Your memories of Sapphire. You said she began her journey in professional wrestling as a ring rat in Tennessee.
I didn't say that part.
Yeah, well, yes, you did. But
I didn't.
check the archives.
She was a fan.
A friendly fan.
A what?
A friendly fan.
Perk, you know.
Yeah.
If we can't steal other people's like groupie and stuff like that,
you'd settle for Sapphire.
And she was a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Now, was she still?
She was a St. Louis Perk. Always at the St. Louis shows.
Would she service the boys on the road?
On the road or in St. Louis?
No. Once she became Sapphire, once she became a talent.
Oh, that part.
Did she treat herself with more respect when she was an active talent?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know?
No, because I wasn't around. I liked her as a friend.
She was a nice lady?
Yes.
I know Sherry Martel had difficulties working with her.
Oh, gosh, because she couldn't work. I mean, she was a sweetheart. I mean, she was a sweet lady, but couldn't work.
Well, you were a friend of Sherry's. Did she ever share with you any of her frustrations about Sapphire?
No, the only one she got frustrated with was Candy once or twice, but they worked.
That was in the AWA, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. In WWF at the time. No, she never talked bad about nobody, because if she didn't, now I'm speculating, if she didn't like something, she'd fix it.
Well, and I think she had to fix Sapphire, I guess, in some discussions we've had here on the show. They had to have some private training sessions, and Sherry kind of had to take the initiative to help Sapphire along a little bit. Almost kind of like the Rick Rude and Ultimate Warrior story that you shared before about Rick getting a little frustrated with the potatoes. Yeah.
I didn't know Sapphire was that bad.
Well, when you had such a limited female roster, there really wasn't going to be much you could do. Elizabeth wasn't going to get in there and work. So it was Sapphire and Sherry pretty much. What, were you disappointed to see Sapphire leave after Ted DiBiase bought her? They did a few vignettes and then she was out.
You know she died.
She died quite a while ago.
Yeah, like 2010.
I remember Todd Pettengill announced it on WWF Mania, so that would have been somewhere probably between 93 and 96.
Yeah, so 20-something years.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the only thing I do is Sherry and I were real good friends. That's how Sherry was. I mean, she, in the ring, if you ain't working, it looks like she's tearing your hip. But the girl would come back and say, "Oh, it's great," you know. Either scared to say, "Gosh, she tore my head off," or she was really. I never had to work against Sherry. We tagged in 6-person tag a couple of times in AWA days. But
well, I mean, did you think there was any mileage out of the storyline where Ted DiBiase was Sapphire's benefactor? It was almost like one of those soap opera storylines where, leading into the event, Sapphire was getting all of these fancy gifts and. Would you have continued to use Sapphire a few events, or do you think maybe it had run its course?
I would guess run its course.
Yeah, you had enough Sapphire at that point.
Well, I wouldn't say it like that, but it's gone as far as it could go. And Dusty over there, pissed it away, Daddy.
What did he think of Sapphire? Any idea? Well, you were kind of friendly with him.
Yeah, well, not like that, but yeah.
Yeah.
And he, well, that's what I say about going to Nova Scotia or wherever that we was talking about earlier, Prince Henry Island or wherever it was.
Somewhere up there.
Yeah. That half an hour difference place, which I think is somewhere in Nova Scotia. But anyway, the only thing he did was he drank a little bit. It was like 9. Actually, it was like 5 or 6 in the morning. And because the reason I remember that is because we were laughing because we had a plane change in New York in plane change in Toronto, and then we're going up to Nova Scotia. And it was only like 9 a.m. You remember that commercial about the Army? We do more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
Unless they're in the world of professional wrestling, yeah.
Quoting that. Everybody's quoting that. But he was upset about something. He was drinking a little bit. And there I am right next to him. Marty, pissed it away, Daddy. Pissed it away. What do you mean, Dream? What's up? I was Ric Flair before Ric Flair was Ric Flair. Limousine driving, all the women, all that. Now, pissed it away, Daddy. I said, why you say that? He goes, do you see what they did to me? I'm wearing yellow polka dots. I'm getting walked to the ring by, I don't want to say rat, but he did say that. By a St. Louis rat wearing polka dots too. Pissed it away, Daddy. I had the world.
That's what he called her, a St. Louis rat.
Yeah. That's where everybody knew it from.
Oh, that made my day. Well, poor Sapphire, stick a fork in her, she was done.
She died though, you know that.
As you mentioned about 45 seconds ago, unfortunately, Sapphire did leave us.
Yeah. And
Rest in peace, Sapphire.
Yes, love you, sweetie.
Also on the same event, the Hart Foundation, again, baby faces, come out of SummerSlam with the tag team titles. They did that awful angle where Vince McMahon tried to play up that Axe and Smash were almost twins and lookalikes when they did the little switcheroo from under the ring. And I, as someone that had watched WWE for 4 years, never thought they resembled each other in the least, but I guess that was the angle they wanted to try and get across on TV. Legion of Doom came out and helped the cause a little bit, and maybe what coming out of the show you would think would be difficult for you to get a tag team title opportunity, but we're going to get there in just probably short order, where we're talking SummerSlam 90 right now. Any thoughts of, again, were you disappointed when you'd see babyface tag teams, knowing that it would be unlikely you'd get that top tag team position? Would it frustrate you and Sean?
Well, like, we talked about this in the previous episode. When we saw them come in, you were talking about, what do they call them, Legion of Doom?
They were Legion of Doom in WWF, yeah.
So I guess Road Warriors got copyrighted?
No, Vince did want, how did it go? Vince didn't want them as Road Warriors because he didn't think he could own it. And then he kind of asked them to come, I think he asked them to come up with a name, and he didn't realize they were known as, in the NWA, the Legion of Doom, the Road Warriors. So they still had prior usage. So.
Yeah. But to answer the question, we was like, I mean, we can get upset because we're friends. We're like, but it was like, back to the back of the line. Still happy for them.
Well, I think
happy for us, but that was no put down to them. You know what I mean?
Well, that's one way to put it. You also had the newcomer Kerry Von Erich. He replaced the injured Brutus the Barber Beefcake and defeated Mr. Perfect for the Intercontinental title.
Yeah, I remember that.
He had only been in the company a few weeks, and he came away with the gold over Mr. Perfect.
That was for Warrior.
That was for what?
Warrior.
Oh, really?
Ultimate Warrior. Well, yeah, they're like buddies.
He was Warrior's Beefcake. I mean, he was like Hogan and Beefcake. It was Warrior and Kerry Von Erich.
Well, it's Jake told me, Jake Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason Kerry is here to appease the Warrior, which at the time I didn't know what appease meant. I had to look it up.
Yeah.
And then we didn't have the phone.
Google, yeah.
Yeah. So I had to actually use a dictionary. It pissed me off. But then when I read it, I'm like, yep. Yeah, I guess he was right. Jake was smart, or I was stupid.
Kerry didn't have much left in the tank at that point.
Kerry.
Was it medicine? Do you think it was his foot? Kerry Von Erich. I mean, I really can't think of one good match he had his entire run there.
Didn't
in
he work with
WWF.
Rude?
Von Erich?
Yeah.
No.
No. Kerry? Who did he work with? I know Kurt.
His big feud was with probably Mr. Perfect. And then, with all the suspensions and the drug problems and with whatnot, I think he worked Dino Bravo at WrestleMania 7 and a real classic. Who else did he? Yeah, I mean, he wasn't on SummerSlam 92. He wasn't on...
You know what's crazy? He could have... It's probably credit to Flair. Like I told you, I used to do the Iron Man thing, the hour matches. And they're slow, thing. And they pick it up last 15 minutes after you're asleep. You miss it anyway. Great matches with Flair. But anybody else?
Still in my mind. What about, since we have an expert in the room, can you think of any good Texas Tornado Kerry Von Erich match from his WWF stint that I'm missing? Yeah, nothing. I mean,
wrestled in the Warrior's Shadow at the time.
Yeah. They did have a similar look, right? Yeah, one had the face paint, one didn't. Yeah. One had 2 feet, one didn't. But
it came off from Colonel de Beers.
No, just too bad. I think at the time WWF was really looking for a fresh coat of paint. Within short order, they brought in the Legion of Doom, they brought in Sergeant Slaughter, they brought in Kerry Von Erich, who had all main evented in different places around the country and even around the world. And with Kerry, they had zero luck. You hate to call it a failure, but it was a failure. Sergeant Slaughter, they got a WrestleMania main event out of. The Legion of Doom kind of came and went a few times over that year, but yeah, kind of a boring show. Warlord defeated Tito Santana on that one, which was I don't think anyone was knocking the door down to see. You had the
Did you
great
ask, when he was here, did you get to ask him about that?
We didn't get to that point yet in his journey. We made it through 88 into maybe early 89.
Is he coming back?
I hope so. These are good egg. I loved Warlord.
Yes.
You had the great tag team, much like you and Sean. It was Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Nikolai Volkov defeating the Orient Express. Sergeant Slaughter was...
You said the first two.
Sergeant Slaughter was a guest... Sergeant Slaughter was a guest on the Brother Love show. Ultimate Warrior retained...
Brother Love was good.
I thought so.
What he did.
I didn't particularly think that segment was good. I did in the middle of a pay-per-view, but what are you going to do?
You know what Nick Baca, before his balls had fell out of his pants when he was walking, he said, my boy is, when he was talking about somebody you can't make bullets out of shit. That was his big saying. You can't make bullets out of shit.
Well, and then you had one of the co-main events. Ultimate Warrior retained the title in the steel cage over Ravishing Rick Rude. Bobby Heenan took a little bit of another beating from the Warrior after that, being hummed into the cage like a bullet that wasn't made out of shit. And the Hulkster, he came back, he posed. Everyone was happy as he defeated Earthquake, but they continued that rivalry well into the early part of 1991, at least on the house show loop, as the Hulkster was still kind of part-time at that point. But in one of your favorite stories I know you brought up in the past, Jake the Snake Roberts was victorious over Bad News Brown via disqualification with Boss Man as the guest referee. With the lead into that match involved the Harlem Sewer Rats.
That had to be in Miami.
I'm not quite sure about that.
Okay, well, that's where they brought all them damn big-ass rats, like little sections. Like when the big-ass things you push, you just got sections of rats, like they call them wharf rats or whatever the hell they are, sewer rats. Huge, man. They're the size like a cat almost. Because most rats are mice. And for whatever reasons, they brought it was Miami Arena. I'll never forget it because Steve Lombardi came to me and goes, "Help me do this." Do what? The little where all the rats were, let them open the things so they could get out. And I didn't feel that it was the right thing to do, so I went and just helped him, show him how to open the cage thing. And it did, and then big ass thing. It was so funny. You hear, ah! And you see one of the girls, one of the production girls running up the hallway, running from the rat. The rat was going the same way, but it wasn't chasing. It was scared too. It was like, what the hell am I doing?
And isn't it ironic? That was probably the only time Steve Lombardi had anything to do with the rap.
Shit,
I don't know.
I didn't even think of that as a good one.
What would a
I can't
good
wait to see him. I'm gonna tell him that.
what would a good payoff for a SummerSlam 90 have been?
5,000.
That's it? Really?
I believe 70 between that and 7,500.
All right. Well, but do you think Sean would have got that for just hopping down the aisle?
If you wasn't that upper tier.
Well, no, but I mean, do you think they even would have given him 5 for what he contributed to the event?
What do you do?
You remember Power and Glory attacked him.
Oh, you mean that was SummerSlam or something?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the Miami thing.
Oh, no, that was just the TV tape.
Yeah. Is that all it was?
When you let the rats out? Yeah.
I didn't let them out. They got out on their own. I just opened the cage. It's not my fault that they left the cage out there for me to go inspect.
No. It was the cage's fault that it existed.
No, it wasn't my fault. The rats wanted it out of their own dormitory.
I have to say, I didn't like that SummerSlam. I remember I had a group of my friends over to watch the pay-per-view, and it was, again, I think it painted what a lackluster 1990 WWF was after WrestleMania 6.
It was bad, huh?
Yeah, it really sucked.
Was it that bad?
Yeah. Even as a kid, when you're a kid, you usually love everything.
Yeah.
But me and my friends, we were probably started goofing around.
Your money back?
Well, we didn't quite go that far, but I remember, we were probably wrestling each other in the den at that point, just bored watching Volkov and Duggan against the Orient Express and the Warlord and Tito and,
A lot happened on that show, though.
that no one wanted to see, yeah. Philadelphia, though, is that a good party city for Marty?
Yeah.
Yeah, you liked Philly.
Yeah,
Other than that Coco incident.
Yeah, you remember that? Y'all remember that? And it wasn't our fault again that the man stuck his hand in there with all the cocaine.
No.
It wasn't our fault that Coco reached over and hit his hand, knocked it in the air, and it took off. It wasn't our fault. Pow, pow, pow.
You were shot at, yeah.
Coco, yeah, Coco's driving like
just a typical night for a WWF superstar.
That's one Coco we got to ask him about when we ever get there.
Well, you know what? Like I said, I had that very interesting conversation with him. That didn't come up, believe it or not.
You're kidding. Did you tell him about it?
It slipped my mind. It slipped my mind. I
That's
figured,
good, so we'll get him
we'll
spontaneous.
save it for the studio when he's here.
Spontaneous. Like, hey, Coke, remember that time? First of all, he was mad as hell. That's why he did that.
Yeah.
Well, it might have been the fact he got the shit for free. Back then we did, cocaine.
Yeah.
Back then. And
did Frankie ever sniff any of it by accident?
I saw him one time with his legs up in the air like that.
The bird,
On
really?
his back, yeah. Coco got more girls by accident than us trying did on purpose. And that bird, the girls always, sometimes he initiated it. It's okay, he's not married, dude. He's not married.
No.
Right? He would, girls, hey, how you doing? How you doing? You want to see the bird? It was almost like the opening line. Yeah, come on up to the room, I'll show you. And then whatever happened.
Well, wrestling fans, we are unfortunately running out of time again. What did you think of SummerSlam 90? Leave your thoughts in the premiere chat on the right-hand side of the screen, or if you're not watching during the premiere, in the comment section below. Don't forget to give us a big-time Hacksaw Jim Duggan-like thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It is free. Let YouTube know you're enjoying the craziness that is Boston wrestling. Don't forget to tip the bartender. That super chat button remains open. The eBay store is open 24/7. You can find the link in the description box below. And if you just don't want to be a fan, if you just don't want to be a friend, don't forget about the Patreon streaming service, folks. Be part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family, where you get early ad-free access to all of these crazy talk shows. We have archives of hundreds of interviews with dozens of different superstars. We have our acclaimed Studio Shoot Interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions on the Howard Stern Show. You have some Patreon exclusives and the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep great professional wrestling legends working on the road, sharing their stories, experiences, so they don't get forgotten about. WWE isn't going to make a 3-disc DVD set for everybody. That's why it's great that a studio like this exists, and it helps the guys have some extra income in their pocket. So
For my partner in crime, Mr. Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. Don't forget to head on over to BostonWrestling.com as we're getting closer and closer to our 20th anniversary as we go back to the 80s for WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. We'll see you there. Yikes.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary, back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Wrestling fans, you never know what to expect with Mr. Jannetty. That one, well, that was Marty. That was Marty. Don't forget, fans, again, we are just 7 weeks away from our 20th anniversary birthday bash as we go back to the 90s, celebrating 2 decades of everything Boston Wrestling MWF, Saturday night, November the 13th, from the historic Memorial Hall, just 2 blocks from where I sit right now on Main Street in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. Superstars galore have been announced. JTG makes his in-ring MWF debut, and so much more. We officially celebrate our 20th birthday on Tuesday. Look for a special video with myself and John Cena Sr. Of course, many ways you can help. We talk about us being a wrestling family, a wrestling community. Well, join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family, where for just the cost of a cup of coffee, you help keep wrestling legends working. You get early full-screen access to Wrestling Insiders. As I noted, we just taped over 15 episodes with Kevin Sullivan, Delo Brown, and The Godfather out in Las Vegas. In early December, we're going to be having Wrestle House 2 as part of the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. I'm lining up a plethora of superstars to join us for that one. More news to come. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Folks, as we wrap up this week's program, it's the dad, almost, of Boston Wrestling. The guy that kind of keeps everything grounded. Sometimes we agree, a lot of the times we disagree, but at the end of the day, I'd like to think there's a mutual respect. It's almost a battle of the generations when myself and John Cena Sr. get together for Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. This week, we discuss Ric Flair's WWE departure, Kurt Angle's AEW offer, the potential of The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Braun Strowman in Impact Wrestling, Carmelo Hayes' big NXT Breakout Tournament win, and more. Wrestling fans, another big night of SmackDown, another big night of AEW Rampage, but you know what, baby? It's dessert time. It's Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays, a man that knows all about dessert, a man that loves Marjot's French creme brulee, John Cena Sr.
Wrong.
Johnny, I tell you, I can't believe it. I've made it to another year.
Lucky you.
I enjoyed a visit to the world-famous Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex. Have you ever had their chocolate cake there?
No.
It's actually excellent. And you wouldn't think, nothing against Chinese food restaurants, but you wouldn't think of them as places that would have great chocolate cake. But the chocolate cake was superb.
Well, we know it's not baked there.
How do you know that?
Or made there.
How do you know that?
Take a look at the slice of cake you get. That cake is pre-sliced and it's brought in from an outside bakery.
Well, I didn't sit there with a magnifying glass.
You don't
Johnny.
have to.
I just kind of ate it.
Sometimes you really are an ass.
Well,
You don't have to. Wow, Andy, don't let him in anymore.
They have great chocolate cake. I'm trying to put it over.
Okay.
All right. Well,
they're noted for their fried ice cream.
Now, see, that's odd to me. I don't understand fried ice cream.
Well, I have an ice cream stand. I can tell you it's a hot seller.
You still have an ice cream stand?
I had one.
Oh, I know you had one. Well, I know you were looking for one.
The best way to do fried ice cream is with a tempura batter.
The what?
Tempura batter.
What is that?
You ever have fried shrimp at a Japanese restaurant?
No.
Tempura fried vegetables?
No.
It's a very light batter made with the cornstarch and rice flour. And I use salsa to bring it up. And you dip the food in that. It just puffs up really light. It's very light. And you fry your deep ice cream. Take your frozen ice cream, roll that, drop it in your deep fryer for about 45 seconds. Cover it with powdered sugar, chocolate sauce, whipped cream, and a cherry.
Now, I thought you were on the look for a new locale.
Oh,
I don't want to give away where you were looking.
Wells, Maine. I'd like to do something in Wells. Gave it away, I'm thinking along the line of donuts. And what I'm talking about is Moniz has a friend of her daughter's. They quit their jobs and opened up a donut shop in Providence, Rhode Island. And I have to tell you
What is the name of it?
I can't think of it right now.
All right,
But
say it
they
good.
have a bagel everything donut. Unbelievable. That's the kind of stuff I'd bring in. There's a Diane's Donuts, I believe it's in Westford, where they have a meatball sub donut, hamburger donut. No, it's really all made of donut. It looks like the real food. And if I did anything in Maine, I would contact them and see if they could do like a lobster roll, clam roll, and have a little machine to do side of donuts. That's it.
Well, remember, I came up with the name for it.
What's that?
You Can't Eat Me.
You know, folks, I'm here only because of the fans.
You Can't Eat Me.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be kind of a fun name for it. You don't, apparently.
No. How about Hole in the Wall?
Well, you've had enough of those.
I'd like to do some barbecue maybe up there. So, smoking donuts.
Smoking? You want to do a barbecue and donut shop?
Do you know that in Maine, at least where I am in Wells, I've only found one little barbecue, and there's not many barbecue up there.
You didn't like it?
There is none.
Now, do you want to do the cooking?
Of course.
So, is Wells going to be your new permanent spot?
No.
You just have it as maybe a summer gig, or?
I do that. I do summers up there now.
No, but I mean, if you were going to run a restaurant up there, you'd have to be there every day.
I probably would like to get a shop in Algonquin
Yeah.
for the donuts, and
You Can't Eat Me.
yeah. Well, that's that's your take. You know what, folks? Again, I love the fans. I'm here.
Fans, I want to know what you think. Do you think You Can't Eat Me would be a fun name for a donut shop?
Boy, I could just see that in a T-shirt.
I could really go somewhere with that name, but I'm going to be nice because I think so much of you.
Thank you very much.
But I think you know what I'm already talking about.
You got it, brother. Let's move on.
All right, wrestling fans, speaking of moving on, Tony Khan was trying to get Kurt Angle to move on to AEW. I don't know if you saw that in the headlines. Your thoughts on the potential of the former Olympic gold medalist? We mentioned Gable Stevenson going to WWE. What would you think of Kurt Angle going to AEW as either a part-time performer, a television persona? What do you think Kurt Angle would offer AEW, if anything, where he didn't have much left in that unfortunate WWE run?
First of all, I think his farewell match should have been Cena and not Coburn.
Oh.
Coburn's being
Talk about nobody cared.
Well, he's being thrown to the wolves now. Coburn will be the next one to get released, in my book. I think Kurt Angle would bring an awful lot to AEW in terms of what's the word I want to use? Training the new talent. Tell them about the business, bring it up. I think he has an awful lot to offer. As far as in ring, I think Kurt Angle would make a tremendous manager. No general manager, manage a specific individual. But I think he has an awful lot to offer the young talent. So,
who would you have a manage on AEW's roster?
I might take an unknown face, somebody that you and I
have him groom someone from scratch.
Yep, and just bring that guy out or that woman out.
All right.
I think that would work. Angle is very loyal to the WWE.
Really?
You didn't let me finish.
Okay.
To a point.
Other than those 10 years, he was
Thank you
very
very
loyal.
much. Thank you very much. So, I don't know why he didn't take Tony Khan's offer. I don't read the dirt sheets, so I don't really know. But if I were Kurt Angle and Khan made him an offer, I think I might have bit for at least a 1 year and see what I could perform, what I could do. If that worked, I might have gone forward. And maybe Kurt's just had enough.
The problem I feel like his WWE run was such a disaster was because they let him sit on the sidelines too long. You know what? Well, no, it's almost like, I hate to say it, but with all of his physical ailments, it's almost like he turned into a statue. In order for him to continue to execute and perform great matches, I think he needed to consistently work. I think he needed to consistently wrestle, as opposed to saying, okay, you're not going to have a match for a year and a half, now go back out and have a 5-star match again. where he was been so banged up and hurt, and he had his well-documented substance abuse issues. That time off did him no favors. I don't think he really had one good match in the entire time that when he came back.
Well, there again, it substantiates what I said in an earlier show, that WWE signed you to a contract. You can't do anything.
Yeah.
Sit on your ass and I'll send you a check. It didn't do Kurt Angle any favors.
None.
And so that's why I think if Khan has thrown him an offer, might not be good enough, I don't know. But if I were Angle and you're still interested in the business, I definitely would grab that. My nephew Trademark is good friends with Kurt Angle, and speaks very highly of him. I don't know why Angle would not accept an offer from Tony Khan on even if he wanted to do, okay, I'm coming down to work with the guys and the ladies for 6 months. Let's try it out. Let's see what's going to happen. Unless, again, like I say, Angle's just had it with the business and wants to walk away.
Well, I mean, for the better part of now, my God, you go all the way back to 23 years, the business has been his existent. Maybe he just wants to enjoy life a little bit, not have to have that commitment of pro wrestling.
He's had a lot of ups and downs.
He's made a lot of money.
Yep, but he's had a lot of ups and downs. He's fought his own demons. He's won the battle. It wasn't a pretty fight. He lost a lot of things in trying to gain what he gained. So maybe it is time to say, you know what, I just want to be me. I just want to go to the beach. I just want to take my family and go to Universal Studios and have some fun. So I don't know the answer to that. But Kurt, if the offer's out there, give it a lot of consideration. I do believe, my friend, that you have so much more to offer this business, not necessarily in ring, but the knowledge that you possess, that you could pass on to these young men and women, unbeatable.
I think Nate will take the cash when he's able to. I have very little doubt about that.
Hello, Rick? Yep, I'm there. Haven't made the offer yet.
Nate wants the cash.
I like Nate. He and I've done several shows with Ric Flair.
There's a lot of respect for you.
I have a lot of respect for Ric Flair. I really mean that sincerely. When I say this, people say, boy, you have respect for everyone. I'll be right up front with you. If I've got somebody I don't like, I'll be right up front and say they're a piece of garbage. I have no use for them. When I say I respect someone, I do respect that person. And I think, the best thing to happen to Ric Flair was to leave WWE.
Why, though?
Because now he's his own man, he's his own person. He can go where he wants, when he wants. He wanted to private label stuff. He wanted to do things. As much as Vince was behind him 150%, there are other people that are behind Vince that are saying, you can't do this anymore. You can't let Flair do what he wants to do, and Marty wants to do the same thing, and he's saying, sorry, you can't do it. So Flair wants to do a clothing line, a wine line. He's making appearances now. He's doing well for himself. So I think the time comes, I've said it several times, for everyone to cut the baby loose. And I think he did everything he could do for the WWE. I think it's good for him and it's good for Charlotte. Charlotte's now on her own.
Well, I tell you this, I was very surprised to learn at how much Rick was making in WWE. I guess
I don't know that.
A lot more than a lot of full-time performers were as an ambassador. I don't want to say that WWE was exactly happy that he came to them wanting his release, but where they were in cost-cutting mode, I don't think they necessarily cried that they were losing such a large salary for someone that was contributing. I think it's fair to say very little at this point.
It was a mutual agreement that we part ways. I think that's the way to leave. It's very difficult when you get your shit in a plastic bag. So Flair being the gentleman he is, Vince being the gentleman he is, I think they came to an agreement that benefited everyone. And I think it's going to benefit Charlotte. I really do. Rhodes is Rhodes. The name means something. But Cody Rhodes had to go out and prove, I'm Cody Rhodes and I can perform. Charlotte Flair has gone out under her dad's coattails. He managed her. He brought her out. The fact of the matter is, she now has to prove her own worth. Whether she does or she doesn't, that's up to her. But I now think you can't now say, well, her old man's there, that's why she's where she is. So I think it's good for everybody.
You think once Rick is back on the road, there'll be any riding of Space Mountain? The oldest ride in the park still has the longest line? It almost sounds like, well, I don't want to talk about what goes on in Wells, but...
Well, you shouldn't, because it's not true. You see, not true. Undocumented, unsubstantiated statements are grounds for lawsuits. So my whole thing is this. I don't think Flair, that's what got Flair in trouble, in my opinion.
The women?
In the first part. He lived the gimmick. You all know that what we say in this business is, when you start believing your own shit, you're in trouble. Well, he lived the gimmick. The high-flying, jetting Cadillac, smiling, stealing, womanizing. He lived that gimmick. And justly so, I guess. But it cost him in the long run, So I think Space Mountain might just be a thing of the past. I don't know. I just wish him the best. I think he's made the best decision for Ric Flair, best decision for WWE. Certainly, Khan is sitting there at the top going, one more. Bottom line looks better already.
And I'm sure TNT would be very happy to have him back on their family of TV channels.
You know what?
Look at where he spent so much of his career on Turner Broadcasting.
I respect Impact, I respect TNT, but if you're going to go somewhere, go where you can contribute the most. Kurt Angle, Ric Flair, just imagine. Don't even put Flair in the ring.
No,
but
please.
don't even. Yeah, but he wants to do that. But don't even put him in there.
I wouldn't risk it with all his health problems. He's almost died. How many times?
Don't even do it. But think of the knowledge and what he can pass on to those women and men in the back. And you can't buy it. You can't buy it. So why not grab it, put him in a position where he's in the training with Arn Anderson, with Kurt Angle, and Ric Flair? Man, you can't beat that trio.
It's interesting where he did, in an interview not too long ago, said, he had a little heat with Arn and Tully because they didn't reach out to him after his son passed away. Do you think there could be any hurt feelings in the locker room? You think maybe it would be best to maybe if Rick comes in to sit them down and maybe have a lunch and chew the fat a little bit, maybe clear the air before he goes out on the road full time with them at the TV tapings? Or would you maybe just kind of let it be what it is?
I can only say this. They didn't reach out, unfortunate, but time heals everything. I don't know why they didn't reach out. Maybe he does. I don't know what's behind it. I can't make a decision because I don't know the story. All I can say is, as shocked as I was at what happened, because I worked with them, it happened. As shocked as I was, I'm sure there were other people that didn't reach out. So time heals all wounds. I guess I have the theory, in order to be forgiven, one must learn to forgive. It's over. It's done with. I say to people, today is a page in my book. When I turn the page for tomorrow, that page is glued. I can't go back. I can't reopen it. I can't look at the pain I caused people, the hurt I caused people, the screw-ups I made, how I screwed up myself. Forget it. It's over and done with. Have a brand new page. What I can do is rewrite or try to undo those things that I did that were incorrect. It's a whole new day. Don't go backwards, go forwards. Because when you go backwards, you destroy the present and you assure yourself of no future. So go that route. And I think Flair's man enough to see that. He was in a very hurt, and as a parent, I'd be blown away. Yeah. Very, very volatile position. And the closest people to you, or he thought, didn't respond. Well, again, I don't know the story. I can't make judgment. But forgive. Move forward. It's a whole new day.
I think sometimes people don't know what to say or how to say it. And that may come off as cold, but, everyone's thought process and execution in life is different than others, I guess, maybe is one way to put it.
I agree. You know, I know when my parents passed away, people would walk by and say, oh, please accept my condolences. I know how you feel. Have you lost a mother or a father? No. You don't know how I feel. You have no idea the sorrow that's in my heart. It's a hole in your body that no matter how much putty you put in can never be filled. So you know, maybe nothing said was better than something said. Maybe there was a contact where Rick was sorry to hear what happened. That was the extent of the reach out. Maybe they wanted more, or maybe he wanted more. Again, I can't sit here and comment because I haven't heard this side or this side. You know, there's your side, there's my side, and then there's the truth. So one of us has to decide after listening to the story who's really telling the truth. So again, I don't know. All I know is he was in a very deep, dark, hurt place.
And who wouldn't?
Oh my God, please God. You know, I just experienced something with a, and I think I said this on one of the programs we were on. 2 weeks ago, I was contacted by a friend who used to work for me. Tina Zolano was her name, by her daughter. And a young man was at Boston Children's Hospital. I believe his name was,
I remember the picture you showed me, yeah.
And they said to me, can John go in? Well, obviously not. I said, but I'm more than happy to bring some stuff in and go in his place if that will suffice. Look, I'm a nobody. You know,
I wouldn't agree with that for a second.
So I wanted to go in, and then I get the phone call. I said, is it going to happen on Tuesday? And they said, we don't really know now because he's had a tough night and he's on morphine. And I said, well, keep me posted. And the next text, or the next day, the text was, Jack died. You know, look at those parents. 15 years old. You're in this deep, dark valley right now. And how do you respond to that? How do you say, please reach out, please? It's at a place where whatever you say, nobody hears anyway, because you're wrapped up in your loss. And I believe that Flair, because of the situation that existed, was in that very position. So whatever happened, happened. I'm sure now that you never get over that, by the way, ever get over that. Everybody I've known that has lost children, parents, it's very difficult sometimes to get over that. But you have to get by it. So it's time to heal the wounds, and it's time to move forward. Let's hope it happens.
All right, wrestling fans, you heard it from John Cena Sr. himself. We'd love to hear what you think in the Premier Chat on the right-hand side of the screen. If you're watching us after AEW Rampage, otherwise, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Don't forget, if during the premiere, the Super Chat button is a rockin' and a rollin'. Captain Lou set us up with a Venmo at Boston Wrestling. We got PayPal, we got everything. As all roads lead to Memorial Hall Saturday night, November the 13th, for our 20th anniversary bash, almost kind of a back to the 80s and 90s mix with the great plethora of superstars headed your way, fans. Check it out.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Philadelphia Spectrum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Saturday, September the 24th, 1988. In the opening contest, Mr. Perfect beat B. Brian Blair. Barry Horowitz with the win over DJ Peterson. The Big Boss Man defeated Ken Patera. The Honky Tonk Man victorious over WWF Intercontinental Champion The Ultimate Warrior via countout. WWF Tag Team Champions Demolition retained the titles over the British Bulldogs. Bad News Brown beat the Junkyard Dog. The Hart Foundation with the win over the Rougeau brothers via disqualification. Jim Powers defeated Iron Mike Sharp. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Macho Man Randy Savage retained the title over $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase in a steel cage match. If you were in Philadelphia live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working on our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Johnny, I'm telling you, baby, I can't wait till November 13th.
Well, we're getting closer, which means it's getting bigger and better.
I got another gray in the beard, though. I don't know.
Well, why don't you use, that Just for Men beard, blacken it right up,
well,
make you look 20 years younger?
JTG has promised me all the great goods that he has from his Shah beard care line that Kofi Kingston promotes on this very program for him. JTG, a very wise man that has learned to monetize himself and his life outside of pro wrestling, which I think everyone should try and do for their own personal good. JTG is a very smart guy, in addition to being in the best shape of his life at the age of, I believe, he's 36, 35,
Strawberry
36.
lemonade.
Telling you, baby, I can't keep the women off of me. I feel like you without it on. If you ever had it on, forget it.
Nah.
I mean, you'd be hurled into the street by these women. You'd be mauled like those tigers down at Carol Baskin's Tiger Farm in Florida. I don't know if you saw the...
Oh, she just sold that. Joe's,
Did she really?
I think, was it Joe?
Well, Joe Exotic went to jail, but Carol Baskin...
But they just sold his farm.
Oh, they sold his farm.
They sold the zoo, and I believe she was the one that was involved. But
I think she wound up winning it in a lawsuit or something.
Right,
yeah.
And she sold it, and it can never be used for a zoo for 100 years.
Wow.
Talk about creating your own monopoly.
Tiger King was the name of that
Yeah,
series.
I saw that. I watched it.
Did you enjoy Tiger King?
Yeah, I did, but it left...
Did you?
I think it left a lot of questions. Did he really try to do her husband in, or did she do him in for him? I really don't know. It was very strange, very odd.
A lot of... Well, it was almost like wrestling.
Yeah, it was.
That type of personalities.
And the question remains now, should he be pardoned and should he be let out of jail? I don't know if they're going to let Sirhan out. Maybe Tiger King's got a shot.
You think Joe Exotic deserves to be pardoned?
Does Sirhan deserve to be pardoned?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sirhan is the man that assassinated Robert Kennedy.
Oh, okay.
And I'm the guy that said forgive and forget. And I really mean.
I think if he assassinated him, I would say no.
Okay. So my thing is, there's such a thing as forgive and forget, and there's another thing about sending a message to society. It's okay to kill a U.S. senator. And he said he was drunk at the time he did it. You watch the film, it sure doesn't look that way. But you're going to allow this man to come out on parole after serving 53 years in prison. I'm sorry to say this, God forgive me, but you know what? The message to society is that you can go out, 2 members of the parole board, that's all they were in California, or whatever it was, decided that it's okay to send him out.
He got pardoned?
He's shocked that they are going to let him off, give him parole. He's out.
How old of a man is Saran?
He's 66.
That's still kind of young.
Well, you know what? The message is simple. And I think we're sending the wrong message out today.
I agree.
Yep. People who commit crimes, look at that. And this is a wrestling show, but I'll just make a point. That Marine that went into that house, shot that mother and blew the head off that 3-month-old baby and killed those other people. You know what? Don't say it, John, because you're going to get in trouble. But we send a message. Oh, rehab. We send a message that...
Rehab.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stop there because I'll say things I shouldn't say.
That's not something you rehab, but that's just my opinion.
So anyway, what about wrestling?
Where the heck did we leave off? Speaking about a career that feels like it's been shot in the head, Kevin Owens. Apparently his contract is coming up much sooner than later, but maybe as soon as January. WWE, in their infinite wisdom to try and save some money, restructured contracts when coronavirus hit, and a lot of guys are free agents a lot sooner than they thought they were going to be. It wound up first with Adam Cole, now with Kevin Owens. To me, as we discussed off the air, I don't think it would be that much of a loss to WWE if he went to AEW. What are your thoughts on if Kevin Owens reclaimed the name Kevin Steen in AEW or other wrestling organizations?
I think Kevin Steen, Kevin Owens has something to offer.
Really?
I just think that here's a guy that they came out like a ton of bricks. He had that program with my son where he went over. You know, people say, oh, well, Cena beat him. You know, if you understand professional wrestling, it's not win or lose. The check's the same. It's the rub. The rub, and if you don't get what rub means in this business, all the marks out there, they make all these stupid-ass comments, I just kind of chuckle. You know, nothing better, and I said this at one of the pay-per-views here, you have nothing better than to sit in your mom's basement and do this. Get the hell out, enjoy life. No, this.
Oh, all right. I wasn't sure what you were doing with your hand there for a minute.
No. So I'm not that low. And so I just kind of sit back and say, I think when he came on the screen, he got a great rub. He did. He never lost that rub. But then all of a sudden I began to notice something. Less and less and less. Now granted, he took leave, he was sick, he was injured. But less and less of Owens. So I think Kevin Owens, Kevin Steen, still has something left to contribute. The question becomes,
what?
And I don't disagree with you, how you're going to use this man and the talent that he possesses to put him over the right way. I don't disagree with what you said earlier. You're not a fan. I am. I think he does have something to offer. I think he could be potentially a mid-Carter. And I think they've done him a disservice.
Do you think maybe he needs a fresh coat of paint in a new organization?
Yes.
I mean, that's what used to keep all of these talents so fresh throughout their careers. They had 25, 30 different territories they could go and work.
Yes.
And they could go somewhere for 6 months a year and freshen up and then go back to maybe their favorite or their quote-unquote home territory.
Look at that match that he had with Roman Reigns. You can't tell me that wasn't a good match.
The street fight or whatever it was, the Falls Count Anywhere match?
Well, yeah, but that was pretty stupid. The referee and all that other crap.
Yeah.
But still, if you looked at the two performers that put that together, that was a very well, I thought the match was well done. And I think that he does have a lot left in him. I think he does need to be repackaged. It's just that whomever is making the decisions doesn't want to repackage the product. It's easy to kiss it goodbye. And they're hoping that these 23, 24, and 25-year-olds, nobody over 30 now, is going to save this company. Wrong, wrong, wrong. That's like saying, Con, how old are you? You don't know the latest in accounting. We got to bring in somebody 25 to replace you. You know what? Doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. They're not creating new superstars. They're not creating the future of the company. They're just a glorified indie shop now.
WWE?
Please.
Wow.
You know what? I hate to say it. I said it about NXT. If you and I could run Memorial Hall with the pyros and crap that they had down there, we'd be the hit just like NXT. Now, look, I'm sorry. People hate me for saying it, but I'll be right up front.
You're honest in your opinions.
Because I think we've got some indie stars that are as good as, if not better, than what they've recruited. All right? I think we could do it. However, the fact of the matter becomes, tell me who they've created now to assume the roles of the Austins, the Rocks, the Cenas. You tell me who they've got in line.
You know, honestly, you mentioned indies. I think Owens comes off as almost like a bootleg Austin, indie Austin, doing the stunner as a finisher. I don't think that does him any justice.
But the fact of the matter is, the man can...
What would you do with Kevin Owens creatively? I mean, I think he's worked everybody. I think he's done it all in the 6 years he's been on the roster.
Well, guess what?
He's someone, as opposed to a Fiend, I'd say, you know, good luck. If you think you can do well in AEW, we'll let you go. If you think there's money in Impact or Ring of Honor, go.
I don't think he's worried about being let go, because I know Steen has got a future. Look, nothing against Ring of Honor. Brian Milonis is a good friend. That's where he is, in Ring of Honor. You know, and I don't think too much of Ring of Honor. I really don't. I'll be right up front with you. I don't care what they say about me. I'll call it as I see it. There's some great talent in Ring of Honor. But there again,
the presentation is kind of bland.
Thank you very much.
And I think the presentation of Owens outside of maybe his first year has been very bland.
Well, I'm a firm believer that if you truly want to keep the car, you can refinish it, shine it up, and put it back on the street. And, you know, I don't think they're doing that. You just made a comment that he's done everybody and gone as far as he can. When Roman Reigns beats Brock Lesnar, what's left for Roman Reigns?
Well, he went over on Owens a few times already. You'd go back to that feud?
But forget Owens. I'm just commenting. I'm picking up. You know,
I think
what's left for Reigns?
If I was to make a prediction, I would say that McIntyre goes to SmackDown, and that'll be his next big feud.
You know what?
So you two can go out together with the sword.
All I'm going to say is this: been there, done that. Let's not waste time, because you know McIntyre is going to fall to the head of the table. So,
if you ever want to kill Johnny,
what's that?
If you ever want to kill,
never have.
No. Would you?
Never would.
Why?
I'm Italian.
Well, if it would help Sheamus get McIntyre get over a little, you wouldn't do it for the business?
Please. You know what? Once again, a joke's a joke, a laugh's a laugh. Sheamus, who you mentioned, a very good friend, that man is built his reputation on his ability. There's a guy that can fight, let me tell you something, for real.
I'd ask Yoshitatsu about that.
He can fight.
He's another one that I think is bound for the recycling bin. But
Yoshitatsu or Sheamus?
No, well, Yoshi was he was put in the recycling bin. They just never took the bottle back.
That's right.
Sheamus, another one. I mean, what more can you do with the guy? He's been done to death.
Yeah, but you know what?
Why let guys go that there's still some juice left to?
Don't you think
What more could you do with Sheamus that hasn't already been done?
Well,
nobody cares. That's the reason why the popularity is declining. Kevin Owens, he's done everything there is to do. You may enjoy his wrestling more than I do, and I can respect that. But I mean, as far as his persona goes, what else can you do? They tried the babyface route with him. It was not funny. It was not the 2021 Dusty Rhodes. His heel persona, what more is there you can do with Kevin Owens that's going to make a wrestling fan say, geez, I miss Kevin Owens. I'm not going to watch anymore. I think with someone like Fiend, you have people where they say, geez, I really like this. I'm not going to watch anymore.
I think that there's always a way to save anything that you want to save. Anything worth saving is worth working for. And if you say that there is no way to repackage Owens, if you say there's no way to repackage Sheamus, I think you're missing the boat. I think if you truly care, and
maybe it's because I'm not a fan of either one of them.
Maybe that's your answer. That's your answer. Because I'm a true believer that if you truly want to recreate something new, Vince has done it 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And I'll only go back to Cena when they fired him. Vince was going to fire him, and Vince was in the ring and said, "I really don't care. I made you, and I can make another John Cena." Well, and I'm being facetious, all part of a storyline, but if he truly wants to recreate a character and reinvent the wheel, there's the man that's capable of doing it.
Vinnie Mac?
Yeah, well, whatever you want. Anyway, what's happening is you don't like the characters, you don't like the people. That's fine. I'm saying that if you want to save something, it's worth saving. You're saying go to AEW, good luck. You know what? I hate to say it, but AEW's got a pretty goddamn good roster right now.
I know, right? They're attempting to repackage Elias right about now, and there's another one that I think back to the history of Elias. I still can't think of one good match that Elias had. I can think of a couple for Sheamus and Owens.
All I can think about is Elias is a ripoff of Jeff Jarrett. At least Elias can sing, but you know what? I didn't like the character when he first came in. I don't like the character now.
No.
I
didn't
care.
like it in between.
Well, yeah, but so how do you repackage this guy? What are you going to do?
I would release him.
Maybe I'll agree with you on that one.
Although, you know what? Because you know what? I'd say, I'm not sure how old he is, but I'd say, maybe send him down to NXT, shave him, give him a new haircut or whatever, but there's nothing there. I don't think he's that good in the ring, and I think the gimmick sucks.
No.
I don't want to see him every time he comes. You know what? He's over when he would do, Dring, who wants to walk with Elias? And then the bell rings, deflated. It was as if you were in a funeral home. He got a pop for the walk with Elias phrase, and other than that, nobody cared about Elias. Nobody cared for Elias.
But
stick a fork, as Gorilla Monsoon would say, stick a fork in him.
He's done.
He's done.
I think the fact of the matter is that somebody, whomever that individual may be, very high up on the ladder, liked the character and wouldn't let it go. I've seen that happen several times with people. So, unfortunately, there's a case of somebody not listening. Because, hate to say it, I'll be the first one to say that maybe I'm wrong, but you know what? As soon as he walked in and he did what he did, after a month, he'd walked out. Didn't bring anything to the table as far as I was concerned.
No.
Didn't shine, didn't cause the arena to erupt. You know what? If you can't put asses in seats, and I remember being backstage, and I was with Arn Anderson, and we're shooting the breeze, getting ready for my thing, and I said, "Wow, man, they're booing the shit out of Cena." And I wasn't saying that because I was concerned, because I understand the business. And he said, "Man, Mr. Cena, the one thing you got to understand, as long as they're making noise, they know you're there. When you come to that curtain and come through and you don't hear anything, then you better worry." And there have been some people that have come through that curtain and there's been no response.
And Elias is the personification
Thank
of that.
you very much.
Yeah.
Yes. So I don't know where we go from here. Owens does have a lot to offer. I think if they use him the right way, I think they could use him as a Canadian against the United States, whatever, like the Rougeau brothers. But you know what? All I'm doing is just sitting.
At least you're throwing ideas out.
I'm just sitting here saying, if I really want to keep you, Dan, I got a way to repackage you. We're going to give it a shot. Now, understand, once I repackage you, you're agreeing with me, we're going to do the best we can. If it doesn't work, brother, then you hit the bricks. Yeah, but all right. But the fact of the matter is, we both gave it our best effort. I'm not a fan of giving up. I never have been. If I did, I wouldn't be where I am today. I went through a lot of crap in my life, and I'm not going to sit here and share that part of my life with the fans, but I went through a lot of crap. I was bullied. I was pushed around. Tough. It was tough life. But you know what? I never quit. I never would yield. I always would drag myself back up, no matter how hard it was. And people need to learn this. So why give up on a character? Why not give it a chance? But no, it's easy to say, better for the bottom line. Bye. And Roman Reigns at some point is going to go.
Yeah, everybody does at some point. But,
so is Rollins.
Well, you know my thoughts on his character. I love his in-ring work, but his character as Howard Miller gives us the signal. I'll say this in closing out the segment, Johnny. Is this segment 2, Howard? Yes. All right. In closing out the segment, you know what, Arn Anderson actually paid you a compliment on his podcast not too long ago. He said one of the only things he thought that could have made the Four Horsemen a bigger success was instead of J.J. Dillon if they had J.J. Cena.
I disagree with that 100%.
I could see you doing that.
J.J. Dillon's the man. I've met him a couple of times. Another great human being.
J.J. Cena.
No, J.J. Dillon's the man.
Well, we disagree. All right, what do you think, fans, of everything we just discussed? Kevin Owens, Elias, Sheamus, and God knows what else on this crazy show. Right now, we are preparing our countdown to our 20th anniversary. Well, it's actually Tuesday when we become officially 20 on September the 28th. But the event itself, Saturday night, November the 13th, the historic Memorial Hall in Melrose, baby. It is going to be a happening. It's going to be a fan fest. Autographs, photos, VIP Q&A, and live wrestling that's going to be white hot. It's going to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. Piggott won't be happy, but you sure will be. Get your tickets now. BostonWrestling.com. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Cheer! Why, hello! I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Inside. It's Dan Marotti and John Cena Sr. as we continue to talk about virtually everything and anything on this show.
Wow,
had a little extra time on this session. We didn't have to rush like we sometimes do. I think the fans are enjoying that. A little bit more relaxed, a little bit more at ease, able to, to be more in depth and detailed about what's going on in the king of sports, professional wrestling. One thing from the quote-unquote rumor mill I found very interesting and would be very interested in your thoughts was that Impact Wrestling apparently wanting to open up the wallet for the first time in quite a bit, to the point where maybe moths might fly out, and to try and make a push for both Braun Strowman and The Fiend. What do you think of that as their possible destinations?
They may want to open the wallet, but I think as a talent, I would have to once again sit down and say to myself, is it worth the money? It's one thing to be offered $8-9 million.
I certainly don't think those are the offers that are coming.
Yeah. I think if I was Strowman and The Fiend, I'd be looking to AEW, New Japan Pro, definitely not Impact or TNT.
I can't imagine that AEW would not want Bray Wyatt on Halloween or whenever he's available. But, you know, Strowman, they could have had any time they wanted to. He's available now, and his no-compete is up.
Yeah, but you know what I'm thinking in my own head? I wonder,
why hasn't anyone signed him?
Well, I think because
nobody cares.
They have Big Show. They have one big man. I don't know if you need another one. You know, and Paul Wright has got more credibility and longevity, so why not go with the guy you know best? Strowman, I'm not sure he understands the direction he really wants to head in. Right now, he's kind of out there feeling his way along and making a decision whether I'm going to stay in professional wrestling, I'm going to make a change, and if I do stay, here's where I want to be. New Japan, I would love to have him over there.
You think so?
Oh, unbelievable. Man, oh man, he'd be great. But I think AEW would like to have him there also. The question is, what's he going to contribute? What are you going to do with him?
I think he'd look awfully big with most of that roster. You know what I mean?
He'd be huge.
Yeah.
He'd be huge. It's a very small, very small. Kenny Omega, people think he's giant. He is giant as far as a wrestling star goes, but, you know, I don't know.
Under 6 feet in stature.
I think that if they don't, and remember, it's up to the individual whether they go to AEW or,
right.
I think if they don't pick up Bray Wyatt and do something really Halloweenish with him, they miss the boat. Miss the boat completely.
If you were Impact, what would you try and do to sweeten the pot to entice them to come in? Is there anything other than money you could think of?
Well, see, if I were a pro wrestler and I had just been let go, I'd have to look at viewership. Mm-hmm. I'd have to look at character control. I'd have to look at the writing side of it. You know, Impact can offer me anything you want. If there's nobody watching, you know, let's be real. What the hell's the point of going? For a paycheck? I'm not about the money. I'm not about the money. So why would I waste my time? I think
you think it'd be a waste of time for them to go to Impact?
I do. Okay.
Or Ring of Honor.
What's the? You know, you go from one low to the lowest, and I don't mean Ring of Honor. You just keep going down. You know, if I were going to go anywhere, and I had a choice right now, to me, there's only 3 places I'd want to be: New Japan Pro, WWE, or AEW.
Well, a lot of people don't want the travel of. I mean, can the guys even travel to Japan? I don't know if they're even allowed at this point.
I know that they're coming in, so if they can come in, I don't see why. And it's up to Japan whether they'll let you in or not.
Oh.
But I just think that you know, there's enough going on right now and enough things that are out there to make an intelligent decision. You know, okay, you're going to do your big anniversary show in your basement. So I'm going to sign on to come down and do it with you. Who's going to be there? You, Little Maratti, Linda Maratti, Howard. You know, why? But you're going to do the show at Memorial Hall where you're hoping to have 1,500 people. That's where I want to be. And because the exposure that I'm going to receive, should I decide AEW isn't for me, or should they decide AEW isn't the place they want me to be. I at least have had the exposure on a large surface so I can sell myself better. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Strowman, again, I don't know what the hell was up with that, but AEW for some reason hasn't pulled the trigger on that yet. I hope they pull the trigger on Bray Wyatt.
Like I said, how do you not take one of the two hottest guys in the business and not bring him into your company? They'd be nuts if they didn't bring him in.
Yeah, because then it would be Strowman against Paul. It's probably Vince McMahon.
Well,
Let me just see who that is.
Wanted to talk about You Can't Eat Me.
Yeah, well, guess what? We're just going to turn the ringer off.
One of your stalkers?
And I really can't afford to talk to the president right now.
Oh, all right. Well,
so, you're more important.
Surprised he's awake at this time.
There's nothing.
It's after 11 o'clock.
No, there's nothing we can do to help that. Believe me. Please, God. Anyway, back to wrestling. Strowman would face Wright. That would be the two biggest men in the business. Or they could form an alliance where Strowman and Wright try to take over AEW. The little guys take over. Lilliput is attacked by the Giants. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. It remains to be seen. I still think before I bought Strowman, I'd put the money out there for The Fiend.
Oh, yeah, without it. And no matter what name you have to call him or whatever you come up with him, I'd say 99 out of 100 unless there is some extenuating circumstances that I'm not familiar with beyond, like I said, what I had heard WrestleMania weekend when he was still with the company, that, that he had some emotional health issues. Why every wrestling company on the planet wouldn't want him?
Well, in addition to what you heard, I heard that they were negotiating his contract, that they were in the process of rewriting. So what happened along those lines, why it didn't come
maybe they didn't see a bright outcome.
There you go. So maybe he's saying, wait a minute, you know what? I'm tired of this stuff. You killed me off, basically.
For Alexa Bliss.
And now you want me to come. What are you, crazy? You ruined the ideas that I had that would have made The Fiend bigger and better. I don't think I want to be part of this company. And I'm sure, knowing the chairman of the board, that he didn't want to lose that individual. I'll guarantee it. I'll buy you a steak dinner if I'm wrong.
At the end of the day, though, like we've always said, it's his company. I mean, if he wants someone, why would they not be there?
You can say whatever you want. It's his company. It's his company. It isn't his company. He's the chairman of the board that answers to every single stockholder of WWE.
And who's the majority stockholder?
Well, him, Stephanie, Triple H.
Well, if he owns more than
John Laurinaitis.
If he owns more than 50%, who does he really have to answer to other than himself?
Well, but
people can complain all they want, but
the more stock he sells, the less interest he has.
I understand that.
So my whole thing is, you still have to answer to your viewers. You still have to answer to the general public. I guess the SmackDown for last week was they're still at 2 million, but they're going down. Raw is holding at 1 million, which tells you what?
Oh, it's way over 1 million.
Yeah, but tells you what? The product is sliding, and nobody gives a shit. Nobody
and they're
cares.
not doing anything to fix it. Again, my point of contention is, if I'm Fox, if I'm USA, I'm angry that they're letting so many quality talents go.
So
whether it be release or whether it be not re-signing them.
So there's no way that Fox and USA can get out of it. They signed the deal. I can sit here and put shit on TV, and you still owe me the money. And you see where this is going? It's unfortunate.
Well, but what happens when they come up for renewal in a couple of years?
It all depends on where AEW is, and it all depends on how serious those people involved in WWE are about recreating, repackaging the product. Because right now, I'll tell you what, I watch WWE, I watch AEW. I'm watching a soap opera, and I'm watching wrestling. Which would I prefer to watch? Wrestling. That's the difference. That's the difference.
I think if AEW could just clean up those 2 or 3 segments a week that just drag the show down, I mean, you'd be looking at a really good show that could be an exceptional show. You know what I mean? I just think they have a lot of guys and girls under contract that aren't Major League ready yet.
Well,
and at some point you have to say, okay, you're not Major League ready.
That's why you're bringing an Angle and a Flair, Anderson. Just think of what you got there. You don't need an NXT. You got your built-in college with your professors right there. Again, I think when you get all that money selling the hot dogs in the park, you thought you were the only one. Now there's 2 furniture stores on the street. Competition is good. And when AEW first started, people laughed. They got 10,000 viewers. Yeah, they're gone. They'll be gone. I remember some of my friends saying that to me. You know, Cena, I don't know why you're so strong on AEW. I love WWE, but I like competition. I said, don't sell those people short. They have determination, they have fortitude, desire. Watch what's going to happen. Whoever thought they'd be over 1 million viewers? Whoever thought they'd have 3 spots?
The first week on TV, they drew over 1 million people, so it wasn't...
But think about it. Think about it.
I think it was a surprise that week.
Oh, they're going to go down to 800,000. They'll go down to 600, and then some of the clowns out there, well, after they have their pay-per-view, it's going to be over. Really? They're around a hell of a lot longer than some of these naysayers.
Going on 2 years in just a couple weeks.
Well, you know what? Like I say, some of these marks have nothing better to do than sit down there and go, Mom, can I have another chocolate milk for my peanut butter crackers, Mom? I know I'm going to write this, Mom. I'm going to answer, Mom.
Sounds like what Cecil the Lion does sometimes in his basement.
Let's not go there. Remember, we agreed. All right.
We'd be nice. Well, thank you. I lost my train of thought. Well, let me ask you this real quick,
just
Johnny.
gave us the signal.
You gave me the signal. I understand. But your thought on the new, you talk about rebranding, it almost looks like the gay pride color logo of NXT now. It's very bright, very colorful. It almost looks like the flag we see every June for Gay Pride Month. I'm not quite sure the direction they're going in with that. They want to make it more colorful. I get that, but I think I don't know if too colorful is the right word, but it's certainly very, very different than the black and gold that they borrowed from Boston Wrestling. Were you surprised the first time you saw it? I was blown away.
I understand this, that the rainbow was a contract between God and man, that the world would never be destroyed by water again. The rainbow holds hope. The rainbow holds promise. The rainbow holds strength, unity. So for them to pick the rainbow to put on their logo, first of all, gay pride has its place, as every human being has its place in society. Congratulations.
And I'm not saying that's their intent. I'm just saying that's what it kind of looked like to me.
But the colors in the flag, the colors in NXT are symbolic of a promise, symbolic of the color of the world, that we accept it all. We intermingle. I think people have a tendency to make comparisons that really aren't comparisons. I look at that emblem, the NXT emblem, and you know what? Gay
What
pride
did you
never,
think of it?
Gay pride never came into my head. I did think it was different. I thought they were going in a different direction, but I never looked at it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I just simply said, you know what?
And again, I want to stress, I'm not trying to say that I thought they were going in a homosexual route or anything.
No.
That was just my interpretation when I saw it. I said, Jesus, it's very colorful. It reminded me of the flag that we see every June.
That's fine.
Okay. I just didn't want anyone to...
No.
Sometimes people can take things the wrong way unless you specify.
Clarify.
I
agree with that. I agree with that. I know I've been in that way. That's why I keep saying, I'm going to get in trouble for this one, right? And sure enough, I do.
Never.
I do. But I think that the logo is good. It's different. It's bright. It brings your attention to NXT. I'm more concerned about the existence of the product than I am about the logo. I'm more concerned about who's taken it over and what they will do to either maintain it or destroy it.
And do those people need any more on their plate that are going to try and...
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Those are some pretty full plates.
I
They've
think
gone through the buffet table a few times
they have
each
indeed.
week.
They have indeed.
Yeah.
They have indeed. And I thought that Paul Levesque, Triple H, was doing a great job at NXT. You know, why not leave well enough alone? Because initially, that was pegged as a failure, that it would never succeed. And if you think you can succeed, here's the money doing it. I just think that let's hope that that symbolism of hope, structure in their colors will reflect on the overall product. We'll wait and see. In Florida, to digress if I may, one of the things I was most interested in was AEW now going to Universal Studios.
I've been saying that for years.
Well, but guess what? I was like, oh, wow. Guess what? Did they beat him to the punch?
Now, granted, it is only the YouTube show. It's not like it's one of the AEW TV shows, but I mean, great idea, great way to get the guys more work. As I said before, I thought it would have been tremendous if WWE worked out an agreement with Universal just to have several, you know how like they do the animal shows and other ones sporadically throughout the day for 45 minutes? Have a couple of matches and give guys matches in front of fresh audiences a couple times a week. I thought it would have been great. It was the former home of TNA Impact for many years. WCW, one of the, I think it was Worldwide, used to tape out of there for a short spell. I think even, what was the name of that company called? My gosh. The brand that Hulk Hogan started in between WCW and WWE. I know he was the top baby and Mr. Perfect was the top heel. Someone's going to Google it and share it with us. But I know they taped out of Universal. I think they only did 1 or 2 sets of TV tapings. But and then Hogan went back to WWE and the rest of them did. But, you know, there's somewhat of a history of wrestling at Universal Studios, and I think it's pretty cool that it's going to be back again for those young guys. I think the young guys of AEW will have a blast being able to go there and wrestle. You know, it's a cool ambiance down there just to be around the park and everything at City Walk late at night. I know myself and some of the TNA stars enjoyed a couple of adult beverages there a few nights.
I love City Walk.
Your only problem with you is you don't go back to the hotel.
I do.
That's not what I heard.
Well,
you keep that boat rocking, baby.
Ooh, all right.
Keep that boat rocking.
You know, I think WWE missed the whole deal on that because Paul Levesque, Triple H, and I have to side with him. That would have been a perfect place to film and create the WWE Museum, the Hall of Fame. There, you know, I keep saying this and people keep laughing at me. Show me where the Hall of Fame is. You get a ring and you get a certificate.
And a plaque.
Hooray. So where is the Hall of Fame? I can go to the Baseball Hall of Fame, Basketball Hall of Fame, Football Hall of Fame, Hollywood Hall of Fame. I haven't found the WWE Hall of Fame yet.
I have to say, it came up in one of Triple H's more recent teleconferences that he does before TakeOver, and maybe the Vince McMahon philosophy made a little bit more sense to me once explained, that most of those Hall of Fames really aren't generating a profit. In their thought process, well, what can we do to make ours different? I mean, do they have NXT matches? Do they have meet and greets? Do they have, what could they do to make WWE's Hall of Fame different than baseball in Cooperstown or Canton, Ohio with the NFL Hall of Fame, or Springfield with the, I like the Springfield one, but again, once you've been once or twice, you can say you've been, unless there's a specific star you want to see. What can you do to keep it fresh and relevant to keep you wanting to go back? And I think that's maybe where they're stuck a little.
Okay, I think that the way you would do that is we're in a whole different mindset now. You have 4D rides, you have intermatches where you could be involved, memorabilia you couldn't find anyplace else, replicas of that memorabilia. I just had a friend send me a text. I forget where he was. Was it California? Where he went to the Wax Museum, and there's actually a figure of John Cena. And I'll tell you.
You or your son?
No, not me. Please. If they had a John Cena senior figure, they'd probably melt it. But it was John, and I tell you, I've never seen anything. I almost said, "Wow, he's there."
Like Madame Twizzell's or one of those?
Madame Tussauds.
Sorry, my
yeah,
jaw.
Madame Tussauds. I don't know, but I think those kinds of aspects where how does Disney and Universal keep it fresh? We add a new attraction every year. So maybe you have those little matches. You have that memorabilia. You have that stuff you sell. Remember one thing, that the fan base for professional wrestling is a completely different fan base from baseball, football, and basketball. People fly in from all over the country, all over the world to attend WrestleMania. Just think about if you had a Hall of Fame, interactive rides, 4D. I mean, you could add something new every year. This year, John Cena will be here for 3 weeks. Wow. Just think, I mean, those are the ways to promote it. And I don't think there's a way that you can say not keep it fresh. I think that WWE has been burned because, the restaurant's a great idea. Didn't work, did it? No, wrong location, wrong time, wrong place. XFL is going to be a hit. However, let's see what happens with the XFL because The Rock bought it. Let's see what he turns that into. So I think they've got a sour taste in their mouth. I really do think, and Triple H has no basis for saying that, well, these other ones are really not supported. Think about this. The people that go to the Basketball Hall of Fame, that go to the baseball and football, the generation is mine. The younger people today don't traverse to get there to see that because they don't have any heroes. I bought a bunch of Shaq O'Neal plaque cards. They're the original card on wood, sealed. Shaq O'Neal autograph card. What do you think it's worth?
$50.
I'm lucky if I can get 10.
Really?
All right. So
why so little?
Because backwards, not forwards. So you and I remember Shaq. I'd love to get stuff from Shaq O'Neal. Cal Ripken, another example. I have his bronze card. I have a couple of other cards from Cal Ripken. The bronze card from, now I can't think, not Upper Deck, what's the one? Stadium Club. Wouldn't you think that would be worth something? One of a kind.
In theory, one of a kind, okay.
It only became if you were a member of the Stadium Club membership. Not everybody got it. I figured that'd be worth at least $50. You know what it's worth? $7.59. You can sit there and laugh all you want, but you know what I'm saying to you? The generation gap is so different. You and I would travel. I'd travel to the Baseball Hall of Fame to see Joe DiMaggio stuff, to see Ted Williams stuff. The kids today,
But I think the point that Triple H tried to make is, okay, there are people you can get to go once or twice, but how do you get them to go on a regular basis?
By making changes. That's what Universal and that's what Disney do. You know what?
That's a good point.
Every time I go to Universal, it's the same Minion ride. It's the same Mummy ride. Isn't it? Has it changed? No, but what have they added? I mean, I'm not going on it. If you think I'm going to that Velociraptor, the roller coaster, you're nuts.
Well, the new Jurassic Park one?
Oh, please,
Yeah.
No way. No.
Save that one for
My
Howard.
Depends would be full. There's absolutely no way I'm going to do that. But they added something new. Disney has added something
The
new.
Bourne Identity. Did you go on that one yet?
Who?
The Bourne Identity show that replaced the Terminator one.
No, that just opened. I haven't been there yet.
You'll probably like. I liked it.
Did you? I like The Simpsons.
I always have fun on The Simpsons.
I think they did a disservice to the King Kong ride. That was horrible.
Well,
The old
I
King-
missed the old one.
That's
I missed
right.
the old Jaws.
Yep.
I missed the old Back to the Future.
Yep.
But
Anyway,
sound like old.
you
old
and I,
fogies.
but you see where we're going with
Yeah.
this? In order to keep you coming, you and I go back and you walk into the park and you go, I'm going to go here, 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 because I know where to go. Oh, wait a minute. They just added Spider-Man 4D. There's something new and different. That Velociraptor ride, when they did the Harry Potter. I'm down there.
Oh, yeah, those Harry Potter lines are insane.
Okay, I went for that motorcycle thing, you know.
You did? You went on that one?
Stop. I went. I get there. The wait is 3 hours and 40 minutes. I said, you know what? I didn't wait this long for my son to be born. And then I
looked. You've got to get my gimmick.
When that first opened, that ride first opened, the lines were outside the park to get into that friggin' ride for Harry Potter. And then I find out they're shutting it down. Why were they shutting it down? Because there were a bunch of bees that in the ride against the and I said to the girl, the young lady, I'm sorry, I don't mean to use the word girl, the young woman that was there, I said, just kill the bees. Can't, they're an endangered species.
Bees?
Bees. I'm going, are you telling me the truth? She said, yeah, we've got to close it down. And then I start walking the ramp. I said, okay, I think I'll go on this thing. I see the ride and I see where it's going, and then when it hits the thing and, sorry, turned around and left. Sat down, had my little drink, and waited for somebody to get off the ride. No thanks. Harry Potter is popular, but again, once again, in order to keep you to come back, we'll create something new and different. And if WWE doesn't have the foresight to hire a staff to do that, so that something new is added once a year.
Maybe they should have partnered with the folks at Universal Studios.
I would certainly think that would have been a smart thing to do, wouldn't you?
One man's opinion, but we are running out of time. Before we go, we did mention NXT, the new logo, the new look. Just wanted to send out some congratulations to the winner of the NXT Breakout Tournament this year, Johnny, the former Christian Casanova of your Uprising faction here in Boston Wrestling MWF, now Carmelo Hayes, continuing to make us proud. He looks like $1,001,001, almost like one of these $1 million bills. I think you should send him one as a congratulations.
He's probably working for $1 million. I work with Casanova.
I don't think he's making quite that much in NXT, but
Atlantic Pro Wrestling.
I tell you that, I'm very happy where he is and what he's doing, and I think he's going to continue do great things. Just got to keep his head on and keep his eye on the prize, baby.
And, biggest thing down there is don't think you know it all. That's Howard. He probably just passed out on us.
With the woman, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. He may know Majo's Krusty's Funhouse. I don't know. I'm Dan Marotti. We will see you before next Friday. We have a special treat for our 20th anniversary this Tuesday. You're not going to want to miss it. Until we speak again, you and yours, be well. Good night from Boston.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary, back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Wrestling fans, whether we agree, whether we disagree, we try and be respectful, and we always ask the same of you. We love to know your thoughts in the Premier Chat if you're joining us live on Saturday nights, or after the fact in the comments section below. Let us know what you thought about all the things that John Cena Sr. and I just described. As let me tell you something, about 7 weeks from right now, we're going to be having a big after party after Boston Wrestling MWF celebrates its 20th birthday at Back to the 90s, Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts, Saturday night, November the 13th. My God, all the work that's gone into this extravaganza, we certainly have earned it. I know John Cena Sr. is renting a private location for the superstars to enjoy themselves at. I don't even know where it is, so I can't even divulge to you where the gathering may be. But I do know that I am looking very much forward to the event. I know you are too. Again, live in-ring wrestling, autographs, pose photos, a VIP exclusive question and answer session. We're going to have a special private charity event for a lot of the great kids nonprofit organizations we work with, as we love to give back to community. That is one of the cornerstones of what we do here in Boston Wrestling. And don't forget, we're also going to be having a weekend of festivities. We're going to be having guests in and out of the studios. The way to go, if you can afford it, if you have the time, is VIP all the way. But along with that, if you simply want to see a great wrestling event, you can do that too. VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Don't forget, this week we're going to have a very special 20th anniversary video. Tomorrow night we're going to be live for WWE Extreme Rules. We're going to have a great Corners Cure raffle where one lucky fan can walk away from anywhere from 6 to 12 autographed WWE and NXT posters to try and help those poor kids that are suffering. There's nothing worse in this world than that, in my opinion. I don't want to get too deep on a fun Saturday night, but it's the reality of the situation. Everyone that helps with a raffle ticket is a winner, whether you get the posters or not, because think of the difference you're making in those kids' lives. Anytime you can create a smile or try and help health-wise, there's no reason why you shouldn't do it if you can. And that's one man's personal opinion, but I stand by it. Of course, as we enter our third decade beginning Wednesday, I guess, will be the official kickoff to our third decade. Think of all the different ways you can help grow the Boston Wrestling family. Of course, the Patreon that I'm always pushing upon you, where you can keep wrestling legends working while getting early, full-screen access to Wrestling Insiders. Our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on Howard Stern. Patreon exclusives and more. Check it out, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You'll have the pro wrestling streaming time of your life. If you want an escape from the sports entertainment of 2021 and you want to hear about stories from the good old days, from the superstars that lived it, let me tell you something, baby, there's no better place to be. You can also pick up great wrestling merchandise from superstars of every era in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. You can find the link in the description box below or by going to bostonwrestling.com and clicking the store button. Of course, you can always make a donation, big, small, or otherwise, using the Super Chat button here on YouTube during the premiere, or Captain Lou Data set us up with Venmo at Boston Wrestling. I'm still trying to figure out how that works, but believe me, we're getting there. PayPal is also available for use using the email address bw@bostonwrestling.com. Again, fans, if you are in the Northeast, if you can get to the Northeast 7 weeks from tonight, you're going to have the time of your life as we go back to the 90s. November 13th, Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. We look forward to having you as our guest, because without you, there is no us. Don't ever forget that. If any wrestling promotion does forget that, don't give them your time. For all of the great co-hosts we have here in the world of Boston Wrestling, I am Dan Marotti. Be well, be healthy. Good night from Boston.
Tickets are on sale now for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s and 90s WrestleFest Birthday Bash, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Worcester Centrum in Worcester, Massachusetts, Monday, September the 25th, 1989. In the opening contest, Paul Roma beat Barry Horowitz. Dino Bravo with the win over Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Mr. Perfect defeated Tim Horner. The Bushwhackers victorious over the Powers of Pain via countout. Greg the Hammer Valentine beat Rugged Ronnie Garvin. Hacksaw Jim Duggan with the win over $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase via countout. And in the main event, Brutus the Barber Beefcake defeated Macho Man Randy Savage. If you were in Worcester live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working on our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service, so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Get early, ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com